Well, good morning, everyone. And importantly, there's a lot of people online, so a big welcome to everyone in the audience and everyone that's joining via Zoom. My name's Alan Pert. I'm Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning. And I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 2024 Ableist Cities Symposium. And importantly, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the unceded lands on which we work, we learn and we live, the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Boonwurrung peoples. And I also acknowledge and I'm grateful to the traditional owners, elders and knowledge keepers of all Indigenous nations and clans who have been instrumental in the university's reconciliation journey. Now, we recognise the unique place held by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the original owners and custodians of the lands and the waterways across the Australian continent, with histories of continuous connection dating back more than 60,000 years. We also acknowledge their enduring cultural practices of caring for country, and we pay respect to elders past, present and future, and acknowledge the importance of Indigenous knowledge in the academy. Now, as a community of researchers, of teachers, of professional staff and of students, we're privileged to work and learn every day with Indigenous colleagues and partners. And in making this acknowledgement of country, we commit to respectful and to responsible conduct towards all others according to the traditional laws of the land, particularly at times of formal ceremony. Now, the Ableist Cities Symposium is an important collaboration between the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning, which includes the Melbourne School of Design, the Melbourne Disability Institute and the Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences here at the University of Melbourne. Today, we invite you to explore the role of innovation in fueling an accessible and equitable world. It's hugely important to recognise that innovation's role extends well beyond mere technological advances. It is a comprehensive process that involves engaging stakeholders from the beginning to ensure that our innovations are truly a collaborative endeavour. And at the heart of this process are events like today's symposium, where we can come together as a community to foster inclusive dialogue while critically assessing and reimagining our urban infrastructure. We're hugely excited to welcome this year's symposium keynote speakers, Jordan Steele-John, Green Senator for Western Australia, who'll be joining us from Perth via Zoom, and importantly, Associate Professor Jean Hewitt, Honorary Associate Professor at the Bartlett. And we're delighted, and that's UCL in London, we're delighted that Jean has flown in from the UK, especially for this event. Now, John will be speaking this afternoon on disability justice and disabled leadership, asking what's holding back progress and how can we overcome these barriers. Throughout the day, you'll have the opportunity to hear from various experts, policy advisors and industry leaders researching and working in this vital space. Now, we've had a huge amount of registrations, especially online. And for anyone that is joining us online, a wee bit of housekeeping. There's a Q&A function in the webinar through which you'll be able to submit questions from all the panelists. And these questions will importantly be moderated by the co-conveners. And so, without further ado, I'd like to welcome symposium convener, Dr. Kristen Day, to introduce our first keynote speaker. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. This morning, our first keynote is Jean Hewitt. I'm really excited that Jean has been able to come here to be here with us today. Jean is an honorary associate professor at the Bartlett at University College London and contributing part-time to the Designing Inclusive Places Master of Science module, which she developed 6 years ago. She remains a regular lecturer and presenter on all aspects of accessibility and inclusion, but especially how to achieve sensory-friendly environments for a neurodiverse population. She's been a long-standing member of the British Standard Institute, the B559 committee, designed for an accessible and inclusive environment, representing the Institute of Workplace and Facilities Management plus Charities for Sight Loss, vestibular, you know when you need a coffee? vestibular conditions and neurological pain. In 2020, BSI appointed Jean to be a technical author for the PAS 6463, Design for the Mind, Neurodiversity and the Built Environment, working with a steering group of experts. The PAS was published in 2022, and she has since contributed to many discussion panels, events, articles, and around designing for sensory environments. And it's a really honour that she was able to come to the other side of the planet to talk with us. Thank you, Jean.
Hi, morning everyone. It's an absolute delight to be here. Let's see if I can get my slides to work. Great. So I'm going to be just talking you through the journey we had in the UK for the development of the PAS 6463 on neurodiversity. I'm going to kick off by explaining what we perceive to be neurodiversity, because I think there is a variation in the use of terms, certainly across the world and even within the UK and even within one city. Talked about the background of the standard, how we developed it, who with, and I'm going to show you one case study that has come to fulfillment with this important standard. So neurodiversity then. It is the variation in neurocognitive profiles across the whole population. So when we look at everyone in this room together collectively, we are a neurodiverse population, and some of us might be neurotypical and some of us might be neurodivergent. Humans come in a not one size fits all. We are neurologically never similar. We're quite unique. And there are always going to be natural and normal genetic variations. This is a normal part of life and always has been. So we are all collectively neurodiverse. I've got a little graph here at the top right. I don't know if it's visible to everybody, but there is a dotted blue line through the middle of it, very straight line. That is not a human being. If you have a profile like that, you are a robot. Most of us are slightly better at some things and slightly worse than others. So we have kind of this undulating line, typically the yellow line I'm showing there, slight variations. I'm better at English than I am at maths. I'm perhaps better at music than I am at sport, and so on and so forth. When someone is neurodivergent, they don't meet that societal norm of slight variation, and they have a much spikier, we call it a spikier profile. And that can create differences, not necessarily difficulties, but differences in the way people communicate, the way they find their way from A to B, and so on, and the way they experience the world. So I've put some labels on the bottom of the slide here. Neurodiversity means the whole population. Neurotypical is not the spiky profile. Societal perceived norm, and I think that's changing. So what we're finding, certainly in the UK, is that more and more young people are coming forward and saying that they have experience of sensory processing differences. So either it's on the increase or just more aware. Also, I've found that there are lots of people who may not necessarily recognise that they are neurodivergent, but they might have a neurodivergent trait. For example, I think I'm neurotypical, but I have a neurodivergent spike for wayfinding. So I can get lost in my own front room. I really can. And there seems to be very little that I can do about that. Belt and braces, sat nav, etc., etc. And both my brothers have it, and my father too. So it's hereditary, and it's something in the brain that's just different. I probably have some strengths in other areas, hopefully. I yet to find them. Neurodegenerative, it's a good day for long words, isn't it? Neurodegenerative is the other term that comes up, and that is where someone has these sensory processing differences, but it's due to an acquired, usually over time, usually with age, condition, such as dementia or Parkinson's. So those are the different terms I'm going to be using today. So we're not all in nice, neat compartments and tidy in how we diagnose and so on. And even across the diagnosis of something like ADHD or autism, there will be a huge range of difference as well. So we're all a bit messy and we're all a bit neurodiverse, is what I'm trying to say here. So when we're looking at designing for sensory processing differences, the key aspects that we looked at when we looked at developing the PAS was what are the things that affect people most? And I'll come on to that a bit later. But hypersensitivity was the real biggie, that around 70% of people with a diagnosed neurodivergent condition have this hypersensitivity, and it can be to one or more of the senses. So, for example, I might be hypersensitive to noise, and it could be anything from the smallest click to a whirring fan, to loud noises or constant background noise. I might also be hypersensitive through sense of smell and visual and so on, or I might be hypersensitive to some things and hyposensitive to others. So there's a real mixture there. And people said at the start of this process, you could never do a standard for neurodiversity because of this, because everyone was so different. But when we looked at this and broke it down, what I said was we can take the worst things out of and try and make the worst things go away in this standard. And that's basically what we've tried to do. So the opposite of hypersensitivity is hyposensitivity, which means you are understimulated by the environment around you, and you will be seeking out things like, for example, I quite like bright colours. I like to wear fiddle jewellery. Some people have stimming devices to help them to concentrate, or they click the pen a lot, things like that. So you'll probably recognise this in yourself or lots of other people. So there is a mix of both. The bigger number, the 70% of people, have got the hypersensitivity. Why am I bothering to explain this? The reason is that when we look at the PAS standard, it's mainly based on the hypersensitivity and not the hypo. And I've been asked many times why we didn't include that in a big way. And the reason for that is unless you are a child and you are needing to have that stimulation given to you. So, for example, in a sensory room, as you progress towards adulthood, you will be able to generally, high-performing intellectual individual will be able to self-manage. So self-manage through stimming devices in their pocket or wearing music headphones or having fidget jewelry and so on. And they won't need any more help than that in most cases. Whereas when you're hypersensitive, it's really, really difficult to try and filter out that background noise and the bright lighting and the difficult patterns and so on. So I just wanted to start by kind of explaining that a bit and say that most people do experience some challenges at some point. So even if you feel that you're neurotypical and you don't have any of these difficulties, I expect you'll find you're more sensitive in an exam condition or at the wrong time of the month. And there will always be times when you will experience this. So I think for that reason, it's had a lot of popularity and take up, certainly in the UK. People identify and feel that they should be doing something about this. The other things that we found when we were doing the initial work with the steering group was to look at who else might be affected. And certainly people who experience migraines, we think a lot of that might be to do with the hypersensitivity to the lighting, even if they're not aware of that. So, for example, a flicker in a light, your brain can see, but you may not readily recognise that you are seeing it, and it could be affecting you. Vestibular conditions as well, so that's our other long word for today. My husband has a vestibular condition, so does my daughter. And so for many years, I've gone to the Meniere Society conferences and we've looked at patterns. So when we were doing the PAS, I did some testing with them, and actually very much the same sort of things will affect people with a balance condition. So there's a huge overlap here, and I've since doing the PAS done some work on menstrual and menopausal health in the workplace. And, you know, when you go through menopause at that time of the month, your senses change and your hypersensitivity often kicks in. So even for those days, it's a really important matter to consider. So what was the background to the actual PAS then? Well, we identified the need on the B559 committee, which is our BSI committee in the UK. Back in 2009, I did do my first autism audit, and that was really interesting working with the Autistic Society. But we really didn't know very much about what we were looking for then. So I had to work with them to say, well, what sort of things were were the problem, and it was things that were illogical or made noises or did things you didn't expect them to do, basically. But in 2016, the BSI commissioned some research with Helen Hamlin Society, and they looked further, and they had a lot of it was a qualitative piece of research, talking to people and finding out what affected them most negatively in the built environment. And they came up with the strands that you can see there on the right. It was lighting, the transition from one space to another, decluttering of environments, so cluttered environments, definitely not good, acoustics or noise, layout, the clarity of layout, sort of things you'd expect. Familiarity was really helpful. Corridors could be difficult, particularly if they're blind corridors and they're very long. There was a huge need for quiet space or places to go and recover, and just basically looking at what's happening with the senses and this bombardment on the senses that we sometimes get in some environments. So I was speaking at a very large London exhibition 2 weeks ago about this matter, and we were placed in an environment where there was background disco music running, and it got louder and louder, and there were bright lights shining on the panel. And I think everybody in the audience then felt what it must feel like every day to be neurodivergent. It was absolutely impossible. We had panel members who they were saying they couldn't even think what they were supposed to be talking about. And that's the kind of impact we're talking about. And for real sensory overload, people can become non-verbal, curl up in a ball, all sorts of coping mechanisms. And this obviously can't go on. We have had some high-level recommendations around neurodiversity and sensory needs in our standard since 2018, but it's very kind of like low. There's no detail to it. It's not prescriptive. It doesn't really tell you how to do it. It just says it might be an issue. So we started the work in 2020 on the PAS standard. It was during COVID, and I think in a way that helped because a lot of people were experiencing different environments. Our steering group had a mix of professional input, and also I'm hearing a lot of clicking. I don't know if anyone else is. So apologies if that's something I'm doing. Okay. Thank you, Kirsten. So we were doing this during COVID, and during COVID, of course, a lot of people developed balance conditions, developed a different sense of smell. So we now have lots more people who potentially could benefit from environments that we're talking about in the PAS. I was working at UCL, so I also had a lot of students, and every year you get asked to present a list of topics that students might be interested to research. So to my delight, several of them took up the challenge and did their kind of MSc research. So quite quick and dirty research, if you like, on that area. So that was really, really helpful during the development as well. So what is a PAS? It stands for Publicly Available Specification, and it is an evaluation standard. So it's something you get out quickly. It's funded by industry. It's called an evaluation standard, so people can try it and test it and see if it should become a real standard. And this one has grown more legs than we thought. Normally they're produced quickly, sometimes as short as 9 months, 12 months. I did take 2 years over this, but the reason was at the 9-month mark, we put out a public consultation with a draft and had 4,000 comments back. We'd promoted it a great deal and talked about it a great deal, and that was the result. So that was really good and helpful to me, although it took a very long time to go through those 4,000 comments. So that took another year. But I think because of that, we feel it's quite a strong consensus standard. And it's got some robustness in it, even though it's the first one of its type. So that's what it is. After a 2-year shelf life, normally with a PAS like this, we would be thinking about ditching it and turning it into a standard or stopping it altogether if it wasn't successful. This one is going to have a longer lifespan than that because of the momentum it's gained across the world. They want to leave it running for longer. And then I think eventually it will transition into either a British standard or perhaps an ISO even because of the international interest. So who benefits? Absolutely anybody. And we talk very much in there about sensory processing differences rather than saying this is about autism or this is about ADHD or this is about vestibular, because there are lots of things and everyone's a little bit different. So that was the easiest way of explaining it. And we had many meetings at the front end about what language to use, and that was the consensus. So that was the friendlier way to do it, really. So the scope covers outside and inside. It covers design and management of buildings. The target audience we thought was architects, designers, planners, people running buildings, decision makers, occupational therapists, and so on, and employers, of course. And the content was relevant to most building types, so most mainstream building types, what it's for. We didn't put in the real specialist, what we think, well, I don't feel we put in the real specialist stuff for deeper care settings, such as special educational needs, or for dementia care homes and so on. Some of that material is out there already. We've got a dementia unit at Stirling University, which is very good. So we didn't want to kind of repeat that. But also we ran out of time to a degree and felt that the mainstream one was the main one to get out first. When we look at the order of things in the PAS, it kind of follows the normal sequence that you would find when you're looking at the built environment, starting outside and looking at concepts and strategy first before we delve into the finer detail. And on the bubble diagrams there, you can see icons for each of the kind of sections, and the size of the icon kind of depicts its importance in terms of how common it would be to be a barrier for someone with a neurodivergent condition. So the biggest bubble is acoustics and noise, and the next one was lighting and daylight, whether it's daylight or artificial lighting, and the glare goes with it. And the third one was wayfinding, and then the other things fall in behind that. So we start with strategy and commitment. It links to the plan of work. So the UK Royal Institute of British Architects already have a kind of plan of work that takes you through each stage of a building's lifespan. And we tried to align with that about what you would think about in terms of neurodiversity at each of those stages. And funnily enough, RIBA has since brought out their inclusive design overlay, which has looked at accessibility and inclusive design across all of the stages as well. So that's happened since we published the PAS, and that's a really good document to have a look at if you haven't seen it already. And I've put some links into these slides, which I'm sure will be shared afterwards. We even looked at the outside of buildings because we've been working on Moorfields Eye Hospital, and we'd had a lot of impact from people with sensory differences through sight loss to say that some of these more exciting and colourful and patterned facades of buildings are not always such a great thing if you get a lot of them together, and the dominance that can have and can confuse and change orientation and so on. And if you're working in a building and your window to your office looks out into one of these wonderful buildings, and we can do so much more now with steel and glass than we ever could with kind of stone and for traditional materials, it can be an issue. So we wanted to highlight that. On the wayfinding, we looked at everything. So we looked at use of colour, and whether that helps. Colour and shape together, of course, is very good. We looked at attentional bias. I think this is part of my issue, is that when I go into a transport system, my brain is saying, right, the first sign, that's what the signage is looking like, that's what I'm following. And apparently with attentional bias is the brain then filters out any other type of sign and says, I'm following this one, which means for some people, they lose their way quite commonly. And we looked at technology, clarity of the space and science, really, really important, and identifying those key facilities such as, your toilets, your quiet spaces. Where's my bolt hole when I get here? Where can I go to get away from this noise and this visual overstimulation? We talked about sensory mapping. So this is just an example on the screen now that came from the Museum of London, which tells you which areas are kind of noisy and quiet and so forth. And I think my colleague Madeline will be talking more on sensory mapping later. We talk about technology, and it helps some people, but not others. And the viewing heights was an interesting one. So for some people with neurodivergent conditions, if they have to keep lifting their head up to look up at a sign and then bring it back down again, it can affect the balance and visual disturbance. So the viewing height of signs ideally would be very uniform. And then we looked at external spaces and access to nature. Biophilic design, if you've heard that term, our innate connection with nature, really, really important in calming us down and keeping us calm. So that's kind of thread throughout the PAS. And I went to a biophilic design conference recently to talk about the PAS. And although I thought we'd only got a small section in there, when you actually search for plants and biophilic and biophilia, it's in there an awful lot, and about how much that can help people. We talk about the layout and choice of finishes, even how that affects gates and perception of space when you're moving around. And then, of course, from moving outside into inside, bringing in those kind of natural materials can be really therapeutic. So, you know, stone, granite, timber, all good finishes to have, as well as planting in an uncluttered sort of way. And if you're lucky enough to have views outside, that's great. And if you're not lucky enough, there's some research that shows that you can get 80% of the gain of an outside view just from a really good image shown internally on the wall. So that could be helpful if you're stuck in a basement, for example. Internal layouts, definitely safely transitioning from one area to another was really important. The clarity of the space, the symmetry of the space, certainly making sure there's enough space around things. So someone with dyspraxia, for example, much more prone to walking into things. So there's some mention in the standard about maybe curved walls or chamfered corners and having enough space, rounded corners on furniture, things like that. Unusually, I mean, I didn't expect this to be part of the PAS, but it very quickly emerged that it would be. When we talk about mechanical, electrical, plumbing is a term we have in the UK. I don't know if it's building services, basically, has a huge part to play. And the control of the air quality. So if you've got hypersensitive sense of smell, really, really important. Also that we also add in scents into some places like toilets, etc., which you think might be really nice, but they're not nice for everybody. Somebody could have an allergy, or they might have that oversensory load. But VOCs, the volatile organic compounds that we have in everyday products that we buy and put into buildings, typically carpets, formaldehyde is a good example. How do we get rid of those smells? Do we not specify it in the first place, or can we introduce I think it was bamboo palm, actually. Yeah, bamboo palm can remove formaldehyde smell more quickly. So there are ways to work around it if you're stuck with it. But also that purge cleaning that lots of facility management teams do in large buildings. They push really cold air through the building early morning to try and remove some of the VOCs. So that was really important too. And acoustics, as I said, huge area. And this inability to adjust to a variation in noise levels in someone who's hypersensitive is really, really difficult. So you could say, well, people can wear noise cancelling headphones, but you know, that's not an inclusive environment, really. We should do better than that. So in extreme circumstances, perhaps to move through a transport infrastructure, that might be fine. But I think generally speaking, we wouldn't want people to be forced to feel that they had to do that. We took the acoustic criteria. The starting point from us was to take the acoustic criteria that you would expect to see in a special educational needs environment, a school, and make it better than that. And that's what we've done in the tables we've got in there. And we had input from Ecophon, who are an acoustic manufacturer. There was people on the steering group with this as well. We also had colleagues in Bureau Happold who were acoustic specialists looking at it as well. That's quite a strong section. And we covered everything from absorptive materials, so, you know, sound of footprints coming through from one floor to another, that sound transmission, and even recorded soundscape, which is quite popular now to do background noises and so on. You have to be careful with that. So if it's an artificial sound, whether it's running water or bird song or whatever you choose to do, some people can't tolerate it and their brains will know it's artificial, and it then becomes intensely annoying. So I think you kind of have to choose and give people some control on that as well. Typical issues, as I said earlier, it's not just kind of, oh, that's really noisy. It's also, it can be any, like a dripping tap or a ticking clock. People with misophonia, it can be the quietest sounds. So you think, well, you cannot eliminate all of them, but you can think about the acoustics and you can think about the environment and what's happening. And I think there's a lot of things we can do in what we specify. And then on the lighting, again, a big area, and we've worked on this a lot at an RNAB project, which I'll come on to later. But daylight, glare, shadows, but flicker was kind of top of the list. And lots of people said, oh, it's okay, just take all the fluorescent lights out, put LED in, the flicker will go away. Oh no, the flicker is very much there. And if you have lights that dim, or you have any incompatibility between the control technology and the light fitting, you will get a flicker, and it can be every bit as bad as a fluorescent light. And lots of people have been complaining that they were experiencing this, and people say, no, we've met whatever code it was for the country. But it's actually true that some brain types, we now realize, are much more sensitive to flicker than they thought humans could be. So this is a real issue. And we've done a technical paper on this for hospitals, because some of our hospitals had LED being thrown in to reduce the carbon footprint, but not carefully enough. And it was all going horribly wrong. And neurodivergent people going to hospital for treatment were becoming very ill and very distressed as a result. So photophobia, flicker rates, very, very important. Color temperature is also important, and it varies. So for someone with sight loss, for example, quite often would like a bluer light to give them the fine acuity and the really good readability and make the most of their remaining eyesight. But someone who's neurodivergent would generally prefer a warmer tone. And you know, how do we, I'll talk in the RNAB case study about how you can accommodate both needs. The warmer is definitely less intrusive for us, but if we looked across the spectrum of light across the day, you would see that you have all those tones in there. And some make us feel very alert and very awake, and some, you know, as we wind down, we're all told to switch off the blue light on our phones. It's that kind of thing. And I think we need to consider light pollution as well. Even such as LED street lights are much brighter than the old ones that we used to have that were very yellow and didn't kind of intensely come through our windows at home. Variable color temperature we do mention, but I think where that's most important is where you've got 24/7 occupation. So if you've got maybe broadcasting studios or hospital wards or living accommodation, hotels, student resi, those sort of areas, so that you can adjust from one type of use to another over the course of the day, really, really helpful. And then on surface finishes, we've generally said colours to be muted rather than vivid. And this caused quite a lot of fuss in the UK. And one architect accused me of asking for magnolia everywhere. I'm sorry, but you've just not read it. That's not what we mean at all. So if I had a pot of paint in front of me of any colour you could think of, and there's some lovely colours on the chairs in this room, any colour, and I added 5% black to it, I have muted it. So it's not as restrictive as you think. It's just gently taking it down a notch. There is an issue sometimes when you do too many colours in one space, particularly where you feel someone's going to be looking at it all the time. So it's about choosing where those colours are as well. Avoiding intense patterns on stairs, obviously anywhere where movement happens, because it can affect the gait and perception of that space. And I think a lot of this is probably making feeling like common sense as I'm talking it through, I hope. And some patterns are harder for the visual cortex to process. And that's the same for all of us, but it's particularly so if you are hypersensitive. So that can result in eye ache, headaches, kind of migraine, feeling a bit sick. Some of them make us feel dizzy. And that visual, we call it visual noise, can trigger anxiety, fatigue, loss of balance, and depth perception, etc. For some people, it's going to result in sensory overload. So the example I gave about the hospital and the lighting there, we had some evidence that a high-performing hospital inspector became non-verbal 20 minutes after entering the wrong lighting environment because of flicker. So you know, we've got to think about that. And I think there was some patterns on the wall. So we kind of, and it's cumulative. So if you're hypersensitive to all these things, you can imagine it's like a bombardment on the senses, and can cause epilepsy as well for some people. Common sources of this can be things like bathroom tiles with, you know, highly contrasting grouting, so tiling, louvers, anything like lets light through. So Venetian blind, where you get slits of light still breaking through, again, can be very, very disturbing. So things to avoid then, geometric patterns, anything that will affect your gaze or perception of that, repetitive, linear, striped or blocks. So checkered patterns are not very good generally. The thing that I found when I spoke to many in society and also when we spoke to groups of people with a hypersensitivity, and one of the students did test a lot of carpet finishes with this as well. It's the fractal patterns and the biophilic patterns that appear in nature, such as trees, leaves, etc. They are not as intrusive on the brain, whereas the linear and block patterns are. But if you take the contrast down, any pattern can get to a point where it will be acceptable. You take the contrast up, even a fractal pattern could be disturbing. So that was very, very key. And what I'm showing on the image there is an extract from the PAS, and there are 3 carpet tiles. They're all the same tiles, but they've tessellated, they've turned one of the tiles, and you can suddenly get unintended patterns, and that can cause these types of issues as well. And the moire effect, it's surprising how often this happens accidentally. So I was a project recently where they'd got some timber strats trying to bring in the biophilic and to make a kind of see-through area from reception into an adjacent waiting area. But because the ceiling had similar slats as well, as you look through, one crossed over the other, and it gave you the most awful effect as you moved your head. So kind of a moire effect, which is really, really disturbing for people. And it can happen through, if you've got anywhere with kind of railings, things like that, and then something behind it with a pattern, that's where you can unintentionally get that type of effect. So most of these things can be easily fixed once you know to look for them. And then on fixtures, fittings and furniture, we looked at low noise. We want items that kind of don't injure you if you walk into them by accident. So the rounded corners, soft close cupboards, WC toilet lids that just soft close. Take out low noise hand dryers. I don't know if you have the high noise velocity hand dryers here, but they're a nightmare in the UK. I've got 5 grandchildren and they all hold their ears and refuse to use them because their hearing is very acute, like an adult would be with hypersensitivity. So it's a big issue. So we're trying to make sure people put in paper towels as well to give people choice, or they choose a low noise device. There is something in the UK, I don't know if it's worldwide, called Quiet Mark, which is accrediting products now for making lower noises. So I know the university like UCL, they specify if you have hand dryers, they've got to meet the Quiet Mark. And then that familiarity and ease of operation, we're just trying to take the stress out of it all. Section 14 is on safety and recovery, and the big part of that was the quiet restorative spaces. So that's the place you go to when it all goes wrong. But we also touch on emergency evacuation. In the UK, it's very different to here. We have a responsibility to get people out of the building, to evacuate them before the fire brigade arrives. It is the building management responsibility. So if you imagine being someone with hypersensitivity and the fire alarm goes off and the lights are flashing, etc., and it's very noisy, so there's a crowd on the stairs, there are lots of people that might struggle and get sensory overload and curl up in a ball at that sort of prospect. So we've covered that to a degree as well. We mentioned sensory rooms in the standard, but not in a big way. We mainly cover the quiet spaces. There's loads of literature in the UK and lots of sensory rooms that are stimulating for young children, have been done quite well, whereas the quiet rooms are really the bit that was missing. Where do you go to recover from when it's all just too much? So this is the section on quiet and restorative spaces. It's a quiet, usually I would say it's a small space for 1 to 2 people to go to. So they might have a support person with them. It's not somewhere you go with mates to go and chill out at all. And many of our quiet rooms, the RNAB one's called a Serenity Room. They've had to put notices up to say that, no phones allowed. This is not somewhere you go to have a quiet read unless it's part of your therapy to recover. So choice of seating in there, including bean bags, so you can get grounded nearer the floor. Sometimes some plants if you can. Usually adjustable lighting for sure in there, and muted colours, limited clutter, etc. And there's some checklists in the PAS for that. What else did I want to say about that? I think in some buildings, so the smaller buildings, you can't always get a dedicated quiet room. So it's about identifying spaces where people could go, and that could be inside or out. Where is it that's a little bit quieter, and telling people where they are, or even allowing people the flexibility to be able to commandeer a space, maybe with a kind of a notice they can quickly put on the door. So I'm just using this for a few minutes. Thank you for not disturbing me, kind of thing. So there's a variation going on in the UK about how we do this well, and I think we've some way to go. What was interesting for me, the British standard has got a space standard for a small interview room. So we thought 4.8 square meters is probably the minimum this space would be. The Wells standards, I think, talks about 7 square meters. So in practice, it's better to have lots of small spaces dotted around rather than one large space for this purpose. And then section 15 just talks about different types of environments. The whole thing is about mainstream environments anyway. We've just got a few paragraphs in this section about other types of buildings. So specifically transport, very unpredictable, obviously noisy, crowded, confusing, and dynamic. So giving information in a live way is very, very helpful. Education and learning was the biggie. So when they did the Helen Hamlin research, the biggest area that people wanted things to change was anywhere where they learn. So workplaces and education were absolutely key. They were the ones that people most wanted to be right for them. And of course, that's career limiting if you can't even study. So really, really important. There's a bit on sport and leisure, but there's more there's a new sport guidance from Sport England. It's got more on neurodiversity and other aspects that came out later, which I was involved with. And then on healthcare, I can signpost you back to the Lighting document. It's a bit in there on that, and arts and culture. And I know that Madeline's going to be talking about museums areas later. And then living and sleeping accommodation, I think we've got more to do on this. This has come up as being a very key area. We don't have housing standards in the UK that do much more on the accessibility front other than wheelchair access, really. Sometimes we talk about visual contrast for people with sight loss, but even that's not imposed. So we need to do more on this because people find it very hard. And I think it's really applicable to hotels and halls residents as well. So there's some annexes in there, which you might find helpful. I think the checklist for the restorative spaces is really good. There's a bit on management and maintenance in there as well, but it's also woven throughout the documents. My own background was facility and environment management, so I was very keen to make sure that not only we design buildings correctly, but we make sure they stay that way and we manage them correctly too. So in summary, I would say the whole PAS is about the 3 C's. So the first one is clarity, to give people an environment that has some clarity. It makes logical sense. They can find their way around intuitively, etc. The second was control, and within control, I consider choice to be part of that. If you give somebody a choice or a way of adapting an environment to meet their needs, that is giving them back some self-control of their environment that they happen to be in. So that's really key. And when all else goes wrong, you need that calm space to get to escape to. So that's very, very important tool. So those are the 3 C's. In terms of application, it's not prescriptive or mandatory. It's full of considerations about what affects people. There isn't a one-size-fits-all on this, but just to give you an idea of something that happened before the PAS came out, I'd been working at BBC and they were really keen for their staff to help their neurodivergent staff, and they wanted to have some nice bright finishes. And this particular one is an example of their headquarters in Cardiff, where they wanted to do this patterning on the glass. It's a former manifestation. And I kind of thought, well, it's fine when you're just walking past momentarily outside, but if you're stuck in the meeting room for an interview or, for several hours having a conversation and you're seeing the light come through that patterning, it could affect someone. So there is a voile curtain that you can pull across on the inside of the glass if you wish to. Really simple, really cheap, just giving somebody some choice and some control over the situation. So implementation, this is the RNIB I mentioned. It is sight loss charity in the UK, quite a big one. They moved to a modest building, I think it's 15,000 square feet, existing building, very fast track project. They have a very bright colour scheme. It's won a couple of awards. One was just a few days before I left. for being an inclusive building, and primarily it's around the implementation of new ideas around sight loss and how they could help people, but also it fulfilled every part of the PAS. And the beauty of this one was I was introduced 6 months before the PAS was published, so it was virtually ready. And I asked the client, they said, we want exemplary access. I said, do you want to do this as well? And they said, yes, let's do it. And because they had, it wasn't just an office, they have a reception, but they also had sight loss clinics in there. They had recording studios, they had a little radio station, they have their main exhibition kind of space and entertainment space as well. They've got their graphics team working on artwork, and they have a little shop. So it was a really nice place to test some of the PAS. And I thought there was going to be a conflict with people with sight loss, and it turned out to be very easy to resolve. So that was a huge relief for me. What to say about this? They did lots of stakeholder engagement. There was obviously the difference between the light output that we predicted, where the bluer light was wanted by some people with sight loss, of course, and their colour palette was really, really, really bright. Lots of user consultation on the lighting in particular, and uniquely, every bank of 4 desks got completely adjustable lighting, on, off, warmer, cooler, or light output, so lux level. Most of the finishing there are matte or low reflective, and they've got really good control of glare, which I've noticed you have got here anyway, but it's less common in the UK, to have transparent blinds that you kind of cut out the glare and you can still see through, but also a blackout blind as well. And what's happened is it's a hot desking situation. People can come in and sit where they like, or they pre-book it, but they have conversations about what their needs are, which is really nice as well. So that's just an image of one of the floors. They have a flare path, which is their kind of pathway around the building, which is done in like an engineering floor with rings on it that kind of feels different. The long cane picks that up as well. So that's kind of what it looks like. Normally that would be in a bright colour, but they decided here to put it in the same colour. So it's all grey, that floor. It's just the way the light's catching it in this image. And it was absolutely fine for people. So what I would say is for decades, we've tried to get things right for people in terms of spatial needs and dimensions, wheelchair access, etc. And we're just beginning to dip in and say, actually, affects our emotional needs too, our sensory needs. We need to do something about this. And I've got a picture of a beautiful garden there. What I would say is that garden's got all types of plants, and that's why it looks so beautiful. Plants need, different watering regimes, different levels of sunlight. Some like the shade, some will need nurturing, different soil types, etc. Why on earth would we think humans are less complex than plants? Of course, we need different types of spaces, and of course, we're all different. So there's some links there to various things that I've mentioned, and there's more in the slides when they come out. Thank you.
What we'll do is we've got a number of questions that are online, and then we'll go to the audience, and then we can ask Jean some questions. Jasmine, did you want to start, please?
Hi, everyone. We've got a question from Jen Hargrave online. She's asked, the clarity of signs is a great point. This helps a range of people. How would you suggest an institution like the University of Melbourne approach improving its signage?
I haven't had enough of a look at what happens here with the signage. I'm sure it's quite good, but having a clear hierarchy of signage, like a family of signs, and trying to stick to the same style is really helpful. Because when I talked about that attentional bias, if you suddenly change colour or the style of the sign, some people just don't see it. So that's really helpful. But naturally, every decision point should have a sign. And on longer routes, a lot of people, like me, need some sort of confirmation that they're going in the right direction as well. But I think having that set hierarchy, and it's really difficult when you've got an estate like a university, you've got lots of different buildings happening at different times. And probably, I'm guessing what's happened here, like many universities, you've got the newer buildings have got the better signage system and the older ones might not have. And there's a huge cost to adjusting that. But basically, that's how you would do it, is to have that hierarchy and family, especially if you're starting from scratch.
And there's another longer question, so bear with me as I read it. Thank you for the insightful response. However, I noticed that your focus primarily lies on the physical layer of the built environment. My concern is that the social layer, the interactions and behaviours of people within public spaces, don't receive as much emphasis, even though it's intricately intertwined with the physical aspects, especially in public environments. In my research with electric wheelchair users in public spaces employing wearable sensors, I have observed that interactions with the social layer significantly impact sensorial experiences and can lead to physiological changes. I found that these two layers, the physical and social, are interrelated, and at times the physical aspects get masked or overshadowed by social dynamics. Could you elaborate on how your work addresses the interplay between these layers and how the social layer factors into the user experience?
Okay, thank you for this question. The PAS document is very focused on the built environment. Those were the specialists that came together, but many of them had lived experience of what's happening. So there were a lot of other conversations around the social dynamics and attitudes and awareness and so on. And some of that has happened through other publications that have happened in the UK, but not through a standard. So a British standard can't really tackle that side of thing in the same standard. It would be a separate standard, I'm afraid. But we've tried very much to weave through the explanations about how it's impacting so that at least people would understand what the cause would be so that they can take the right actions in design. That probably doesn't answer the question.
And the last one from Natasha. Thank you, Jean, for a fabulous presentation. I work as an access consultant, would love to bring in some of these ideas into my projects. However, in many projects, we spend a lot of time trying to get design teams to design beyond the minimum. What would be your advice?
It's a really difficult one. The RNOB project has been the best I've ever done. And it's what I think we're doing a lot of tours of that building to show people that this didn't cost a lot of money. They took their existing furniture with them. They were a charity with a budget, but they spent the money in the right place. And because they did that, they bought an off-the-peg reception desk, which lots of organisations would refuse to do and would pay a lot of money for, because they wanted the special lighting. And because they've done it that way round and prioritised the human needs, they have more people coming back to the office than they ever anticipated. They've got a neurodiversity group set up. They didn't even know they'd got neurodivergent staff. They've got people choosing to come to work because the environment's better than home. And I think that's what most organisations are wanting. They're wanting people to come in. So the message is in, spend your money in the right places. It's not. And the value engineering, thankfully, I had a client there that pushed back when the value engineering thing came along. I did use that term here, value engineering. It's our worst enemy on access. So when that happened, the answer from our project manager was, okay, so take some meeting rooms out. I can buy them back later in pods, but don't change my lighting. So it's about, you're reliant on a client that really holds fast on this and getting your clients buy-in on the accessibility, I'm afraid.
Do we have any questions from the audience?
Hello. So my question was, does the sensitivity to sensory overloads and like neurodivergence, does that differ in the population based on different regions in the planet, or is it like a similar percentage of the population that experiences like sensory overloads? Is that similar percentage of people across the world? And the reason for my thought was, as we're sort of going through like different types of sensory overloads, I was just thinking of like different cultures in Africa and Asia where, they're very loud. And so I was sort of wondering how they sort of play out in populations across, South America or Europe, and like in terms of the population and their sensitivity to those sensory overloads. Thank you.
I don't know. I mean, it would make sense to me just in that if you were brought up in noisy environments, you might become less sensitized to it. But that doesn't seem to be the case with autistic children and so on. So you're either, I think it's inherent and you're either sensitive or you're not. I don't think you can desensitize people. We only did the standard in the UK, and I don't know of anyone that's done international research to look at that sort of spread. But I do know that some of the meetings had an international attendance online, and there were certainly people from most parts of the world that were very desperate to have a standard like this because it wasn't acknowledged at all and there were lots of people suffering. So I suspect it might be the same everywhere, but I don't actually know. I'm sorry.
Hello. I'm a patient of the Peter Mac Hospital diagonally across the road from here, and they've got what they call the Wellbeing Centre, a quiet area. And you go up there and sometimes it's on the first floor. You ought to go and have a look at it and maybe offer some tips on how to make it better. But it's like a train station on a very busy peak hour. You've got people coming in and they're talking on telephones and you can't get away from it. And I've told them, I said, it's a madhouse in here and you need to do something about it. Give them some tips, please.
I'll go and have a look. I think there are lots of well-being rooms around, and the whole terminology around it means different things to different people, and that's the problem. So we need a kind of common language to say if it's a quiet restorative space, that's exactly what it needs to be, and it needs to be available readily when you need it.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentation. You mentioned the application of sensory mapping. So I would like to learn a little bit, like in a very briefly manner, the methodology behind that, how you do it, and is there any special tools you use or the number of participants? Thanks. I
think I'm going to defer to my colleague Madeline, who's going to be talking about this later on. You're talking about sensory mapping. Yeah, so that will be covered in a talk a little bit later on by Madeline. Sure. But yeah, it's basically, the identification of where the noisy and smelly.
Okay, so I'll switch my question. Sorry.
Okay.
You mentioned about safety as well. So in combining emergency, exiting, and all that. So the question would be what are the challenges, if you can expand a little bit more on the challenges of connected with safety.
On the evacuation?
Evacuation, yeah.
Yes.
Or other types of safety.
So for us, we would have, Kirsten and I were talking about this yesterday, we have PEEPs and JEEPs. So a PEEP is a personal emergency evacuation plan. So if someone has a disability, we would do a plan around that, how we evacuate them, because it's our responsibility to get them out rather than the fire brigade. And then we have a generic PEEP, so a JEEP, a generic emergency evacuation plan, where we don't know who's coming into buildings. So say you were a museum and loads of public come in every day, we would anticipate and try and plan out how different people with different needs would get out. So for somebody who was hypersensitive, I think, you would anticipate that they might get the sensory overload and may not be able to function either verbally or physically move, and have to have some sort of arrangement in place for that. Now, if it was someone that you could speak to and you could plan, if it's a member of staff, you can do a much more detailed plan around what that would be, but it could be a quieter route, or they go out the minute the alarm goes, by a quicker route with a companion. So we have what we call in the UK, our evacuation assistants are called buddies. So you would have a nominated buddy that would support you, and even that, and knowing in advance. When I was talking about the wayfinding preview, and the sensory mapping links in with this as well, being able to plan in advance and know what you're going into is really helpful. So I think if you've got people who are neurodivergent are likely to be affected by bright lights, flashing lights, busy evacuation situations, letting them kind of work with you to plan what needs to happen to support them in advance would be really, really helpful, so they don't get so surprised by it, and just make sure that they're there when a drill goes on, so they know what the fire alarm's going to sound like, and they know what route they're going to take, and they can take mitigating actions themselves. So, for example, they might say, well, I'm always going to have my noise cancelling headphones, and I'm going to put them on when the alarm starts. I know I've got to evacuate, but at least I won't feel that overload quite so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Jean, I'm over here. To your right. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was extremely informative. It was good to just see how much planning actually goes into developing standards and all of the different scenarios that you must consider. My question is about, and you started to answer it earlier, but my question is about some of the recommendations that you might make for the built environment, where optionality maybe isn't the answer, maybe it's part of the answer, but you're really trying to balance maybe opposing sensibilities for the people who might be leveraging the environment. So just wanted to understand some of the considerations or approaches or recommendations that you would typically make in those situations.
What type of building had you got in mind? Was it a workplace?
A workplace, it could be a place of education, it could be social places. I'm interested and piggybacking off of one of the online questions that talks about public environments where you can't really control who's going to be coming through and using that space. So just any sort of tips. I'm recognizing that it's not necessarily going to be comprehensive or work in every scenario, but just really more the mindset and the thinking that you typically apply when making these design decisions.
Okay, so if it takes something like a typical office or maybe some museums, some public buildings will often have a big atrium. You want to make a big space as you enter when you go in. It's quite overwhelming acoustically and visually. Just having some kind of cluster corners and breaking the space up so people can readily see, well, like this is a big space, but I can see cluster seating over there, or I can see a bit of half-height partitioning around that corner and a bit around a table, and that will help because people can kind of go to those. Some people will want to, have their kind of back to the wall to see out and just and feel like they're more in control that way. And the same could be true of an external environment as well. But when you actually get onto things like office floors, what we're finding in the UK is many offices now are breaking up the large open plan space, particularly if it's, we call it sometimes hot desking, or, you just book your desk or turn up and use something. So you have some desks that look conventional open plan, but rather than a vast area, you have areas off of that might have half-height partitioning or a cluster seat that looks like someone's dining room table, like a bench banquette type seating, and all of that helps. So when you go to the office, you can kind of like, today I feel like I can cope on one of the main desks, or today I really got to make some Zoom calls, so I'm going to go in a pod, or I can go into one of these kind of dining room areas, or there's a library that's quite big and you can just work in there if you need to do focus. So I think that's how you do it. Now, when you get to education, it's difficult because you've all got to be in the classroom together for a particular lesson, but the spaces around the classroom need to offer those choices. Those breakout spaces need to offer quiet and collaborative. And I think that will help people a lot. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, my name's Sophia. I'm trained as an architect, but now work as an urban designer. And my question really follows on from the previous question. Recently, I was looking at specialist disability accommodation and designing specifically for deaf-blind, and I could see that what you were talking about could actually work in that environment, but some things didn't. And so I think thinking more broadly about public space and particularly streetscape environments and so forth, how do you balance, what advice would you give in terms of balancing those different needs? Because it is difficult to make a decision about whose needs are you catering for, designing for, and in a public environment where you want it to kind of work ideally for everyone, but it feels like you need to make some choices or decisions.
So on the PAS, we were not allowed to contradict any other accessibility standard. So we always had to bear in mind what our main BS 8300 standards were saying about physical access and access for people with sight and hearing loss. But I think the RNIB project showed me that it was fairly easy to do. So, for example, the flare path, which helped people with sight loss because they could feel it underfoot and it worked with the long cane, also worked visually in a bright colour. But when we took the colour away and we tested it, it still worked. Because they could still feel it underfoot and with the long cane. So I think it's just, every case is different and needs testing. But a lot of the things that I feel has gone into the PAS actually helps people with certainly hearing loss a great deal. because you can control the noise better. I mean, the acoustics in the RNAB building are fantastic. You go into a meeting room, close the door, and you kind of just feel like the world shut out, particularly in the Serenity space. And I think it would be so wonderful if every building was like that. And if you want to go to the collaborative noisy space, you can soon find them. But let's have more quiet spaces around so that people can focus and concentrate, because that seems to be the biggest thing. We added a lot of tactile into the RNAB project. So there's tactile on handrails, there's tactile on cupboards and all sorts of things. And they've got the Navi Lens, which I know you've got here on your metro or on your tram system. They've got things like the wayfinding apps and things like that for people as well. And you can tailor those apps. So I think it has to be a combination. But I didn't find as much conflict as I thought there would.
Okay. Thank you.
I know we have a few more questions, but we do have a panel at the end of the next session. So you can also ask a few more questions in that. We've got morning tea that's available in the foyer, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thanks. So for this session, we have two presentations and a panel. The first is our first session is Designing with the Flying Foxes. We have some banners outside, which you may have already seen. This feels very much like, what's the word? We actually teach this subject together. So need coffee. Conflict of interest is the word I'm looking for. So Andrew Martell and I teach together. Andrew is a senior lecturer in construction management and architecture at the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning here at the University of Melbourne. Andrew's research is centred on housing and has included high density housing, student housing, remote Indigenous housing, affordable family friendly housing, and housing for people with disabilities. For the past few years, Andrew has been investigating the potential of person-centred disability design to drive innovation in the production of accessible and adaptable domestic homes and workplaces. This has included examining the relationship between the home, neighbourhood and office in facilitating better employment outcomes for people with disabilities. His work also examines the intersection of policy, regulation and design around disability-focused housing. Andrew teaches both into construction and architecture programs in the faculty and runs a series of design studios with architecture students working with people with disabilities. And the focus is on good design for neurodiversity and others with invisible disabilities, including intellectual disability. I'd like to welcome Andrew.
Thank you, Kirsten, and welcome everybody. So the presentation today, I'm just going to run you through a design studio that Kirsten and I ran our first semester this year, where we looked at integrating people with intellectual disabilities into the actual studio program. That sounds relatively straightforward. In fact, it's quite tricky, and we made a heap of mistakes as we went along, but we got a lot of learnings out of it. And so I'm going to sort of detail some of those today. So as I said, presentation is known Designing with the Flying Foxes. You'll find out about them in a second. Student experiences co-designing with people with intellectual disabilities. What was it that we actually did? We put together a research project, and part of that we proposed to run a fourth-year design studio within the faculty. We were one of 8 studios that the students could choose from. And our intent was really to push as far as we could the limits of how could we integrate people with disability actually into a design studio. We've run ones before where we've used support organisations or had the students invent proxies and do things like that. And we're really trying to push the boundaries of what we could do with this studio. Why would we do such a thing? 2 main reasons. One was a recognition, and this came to us through our contacts, and you'll hear about it in the next slide, that there's an almost complete absence of acknowledgement of people with intellectual disability within building codes and standards and planning acts, and those things simply don't exist. So people in wheelchairs exist, people with vision impairment exist, people with intellectual disability apparently don't exist within building regulations. And so we wanted to put some things out there to challenge that. And one of the ways we thought we could do it was if we could design some buildings really closely with people with intellectual disability, that would give us some insight that we could then try and influence in some way how policymakers work. So there's plenty of that stuff, as you can see. It's all over the place, but there's not much about intellectual disability. And then, as I mentioned, for us as teachers and educators, we've been agitating in this space of the design studio and what's right with it, but also what's wrong with it. And we really wanted to see if we could push the boundaries in that case. Okay, so how do you do this kind of stuff? So the most important thing you need is a Jenna. So we were lucky to have a Jenna. So Jenna Cohen is the co-founder of Flying Foxes. They just turned 10 this year. They're an organisation, a not-for-profit organisation that specialises in running camps over the summer for people with intellectual disabilities. Jenna's also an access consultant, and so it was our discussions with her and her frustration about the lack of knowledge of people with intellectual disability that led us to sort of try and do some things. We know that no one else in Australia has done a project like this before. We don't think anyone internationally has done anything like this since UC Berkeley in the sort of late 70s and early 80s. The reason for that is it's actually really hard to engage with a disability community to get them on something that takes 3 months to do and to engage. And so you need a partner organisation. And without that, these things are very, very hard to do. And I'll explain that on several stages. You'll see just how important Flying Fox was for this whole project to work. Once we'd hatched this idea that we wanted to do some research and we wanted to do some design and we wanted to include people, then we realised that we needed some money to do that because the budget of what we wanted to do was going to far outstrip the normal studio budgets that we have. We're very fortunate here. The co-sponsors of this event, they're really, really good people. Bruce Bonyhady and Kirsten Dean, who run the Melbourne Disability Institute. We applied for seed funding, which we were fortunate enough to get. We proposed to do a research project that included a design studio, and we were very clear up front with them that we needed money to pay the participants. Very sort of core idea that we were going to ask these people to come in and give us their expertise, so we wanted to pay them. And we're also aware, naively, as you'll find out, that also they would probably require support workers, and so we needed to have a budget to be able to finance the support workers for the participants to come in and work with our students. So MDI, as I said, funded us, which was fantastic, and so we're still working through some of the outcomes of the project. So we proposed to the faculty that we would run this studio. They were like, okay, if you must, sort of thing. And then we went, okay, let's put the project together. Then we had to wait until we got funding before we could do it. Once we got the funding, we were, okay, now we've got the funding. Now we need people. So we're back to Jenna and her organisation. Okay, so we did some flyers and we went on their socials and sort of put it out sort of around about this time of the year, last year, sort of pre the summer camps where there was a bit of engagement to say, oh, look, Melbourne University's doing this. How would you like to spend a semester designing with our design students? We, in the end, managed to get 7 people to participate in the thing, which was fantastic. There's so much unknowns in these. When we did the grant application, we're like, oh, we don't know how many people we're going to get. So we said, well, probably 10's the maximum, because if there's 10 people there, plus 10 students, plus 10 support workers, that's at least 30 people in the room. It's starting to get pretty big. So we sort of said 10 for our funding. We ended up with 7, which was great. Only one of those responded to the flyer. Their family saw the flyer and went, oh, gee, that sounds great. Let's do that. The other 6 actually were approached by Flying Fox, who said, you know what, we reckon this would be great for you. And because they're 10 years old, this organisation, they do amazing work. They have really strong relationships with both the families of the people with intellectual disability and the guys with intellectual disability themselves. So there's a level of trust there that if they're recommending this would be great, that happens, which we would never have as university people without that sort of direct combination. So again, getting the participants really relied on having that really great organisation that was prepared to help us out. So now we've got 7 people who say they want to do it. Now we go, okay, well, now we need our people. So that was fairly terrifying. What happens if none of our students want to do it? We've already got money. We've got 7 people from this organisation. Now what happens if our students say no? design studios, there are, as we said, we were one of 8. So it's a ballot system. The students all choose which one they want to do. We said, well, this is fairly ambiguous. You're going to work with somebody, you've not met them, but we know their name. And they're going to help you design your project, but you have to work with them. We're not quite sure. By the way, they've got intellectual disability. We're not sure how you're going to communicate with them. So it's fairly brave of our students to say, yes, I want to do this, but we filled it, no problem at all. We had really great sort of engagement by our students. So now we've got students as well. Yeah. So we're away, just about. Oh, let me just go back. So in that photo there are 3 of our language is important. We talked a little bit earlier. We took a little while to work out how to refer to the guys from Flying Fox. And to start with, we were calling them participants, but it sounded a bit NDIS-y to us. So in the end, we decided to nominate them as our design partners. So when you hear me talk about design partners, these are the guys from Flying Fox. So there's 3 design partners up there, 3 of our students, and 2 of the people in that photo are support workers. Okay. Co-design is something that gets talked about a lot, but it's very ambiguous. It means different things to different people. We try to sort of lean in pretty heavily to it. So the way we did it, the very first meeting was just a meet and greet. One of the other things we had to do, once we had our students and we had Flying Fox, the design partners, was pair them together. And again, Flying Fox Jenna came in with notes that they had from the camps about what the design partners liked, what they didn't like. They came in, they met our students. Our students looked at the profiles of things, and then Jenna helped us match up our students. So again, like every little step of the way, sort of, we didn't really think about that. How do we get that right, sort of thing. So, and in the end, they worked really well. But again, that was the experience, I think, of the Flying Fox guys knowing the people that they work with. So meet and greet first week, and then every 2 weeks for the rest of the semester, so for a total of 7 meetings, the design partners would come in for 1 hour of our 3-hour design studio, and they'd work one-on-one with our students. We had 2 design studios, or 2 sessions a week, 2 different things. On a Tuesday and a Friday, we went back to the families and the design partners and said, which day is better for you? Because, you have a life and all those sorts of things. And it turned out that about 3 like Tuesday and 4 like Friday. So we would split and have our design people come in every second week, but on the 2 days. In the meantime, the other students would still be in the room. So you can see there's about 3 people in there that are working one-on-one with their design partners, and the rest of them are just in there working on their work and talking to Kirsten and I as we would normally in a design studio. And we had lots of guest speakers coming in and trying to educate our students about some of the finer points of disability and some of the issues around designing for disability, but just around disability itself. Yeah. We had an amazing sort of conversation one day about if there was a scientific predictor that could predict Down syndrome and eliminate it, would you do that or not? Which is a really interesting conversation to have with a bunch of students about how we treat disability. Is it something that to be cured and got rid of, or is it something to be embraced, along the lines of what Jane was saying this morning about there's a natural variation in human beings and we should embrace that. So lots of ones. I'm not sure if you can just see that in the slide or not, but that's Maddie up the top there, who's going to present after me. She was very good. She would be up at 2 o'clock or ridiculous hours in the morning in London, beaming in and giving our students lessons in sensory design and things like that. Okay. The other thing that we were very conscious of, and this was again a learning for us from Flying Fox, was we were obviously very focused on the design partners. We wanted to make sure that there weren't sensory overloads, that they were comfortable in the space. The university is a different space for them. Some of them actually really enjoyed wandering around our faculty because they kept getting funny looks from our students who don't often see people with walking assistants and things like that. And they felt pretty good about that to be in that space. But so our focus was very much on them, but also we had to be mindful of our own students as well and not forget them, sort of thing. And so Flying Fox have a buddy system with their volunteers for their camps, because they can be stressful days dealing with people with complex needs. And so, you need to be able to sort of, decompress that at the end of the day. And so we were very careful with our students. As a group, all 7 of our students and us, we would discuss things in the morning before the design partners came. And then again, after they had left, and just work through what had happened, what had worked, what hadn't worked, and all those sorts of things. But just trying to wrap our arms around our students, because it was such an uncertain studio for them to do, because at this stage they didn't even know what they were going to build. Yeah, because they had to work that out with their design partners. Okay, so what did we learn? We learned a lot. Communication obviously is a really big one, and so all of our students effectively had to develop a method to communicate effectively with their design partners. Again, there's a bit of self-selection that had gone on with Flying Fox, so all were verbal. One used a voice box machine, sort of tablet, in order to communicate. The others were all verbal. But even so, how do you communicate? How do you get meaningful answers from someone that's not just a yes or I don't care or just trying to please you sort of thing? So working out that meaningful communication was a thing that the students had to do. As we went along, some of the students worked out that, if I do like really photorealistic renders and things like that, that will help my design partner to understand what we're talking about and to get a picture of it. We had other students who, as the semester went on, were not 100% sure that their design partner really understood that this wouldn't be a building that was going to get built. It was just a design thing, and it would be and so they went down the path of making a lot of models. So I was kind of trying to say, it's a model of a building that we're doing. It's not going to be a real building. It's a way of communicating. One of our students was sketching in front of his design partner one day, and you'll see them in a slide in a second. And Mitch was teasing Bjorn about a tree that he'd done. He said, a rubbish tree or something along those lines. So Bjorn went, well, you do better. And from then on, they both drew together. Like when they were in their sessions, they both would bring out pitch space and they'd say, here, I'm thinking about this. No, what about that? Those sorts of things. So lots of different communications. And importantly for us, training our design students, we really push them, how do you communicate through design that's not just visually based? It's not just a drawing or a render. What else do you do? So lots of models, lots of lessons from sensory mapping and those sorts of things. So you can see the bottom there, lots of models and things like that actually were tactile rather than just visual. Yeah. So lots of different ways of doing it. One thing we stumbled across was the benefit of having the 3 or the 4 design partners in the same room together, because initially they were fairly quiet sessions, and so they just worked together, 2 people on 2 or 3, as we'll talk about. Sometimes the support workers got pretty animated in those discussions as well over the design. But then about week 4 or 6 in, when the design partners were clearly starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in the environment and those sorts of things, they would start talking to each other. So they go, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing a beach cafe. What are you doing? Oh, we're trying to do a cinema. And that conversation, the students were joining those conversations. Suddenly we had a room full of people having communications rather than just isolated pairs of people working together. And so we realized that if they were in a room by themselves, it might be quieter, but then you wouldn't get that cross communication between our design partners. So we thought that was a really great accidental outcome for us. Support workers. So there's Mitch in the middle there and Bjorn, who's our student. And that's India, who was Mitch's support worker. Some of our support workers would go, okay, it's your hour sort of thing. You know, you talk to the students and do that, and they would just sit there on their phone and be there if they were needed. Others were very much involved in every single decision about the design and were as excited about the design as our students were and as our design partners were. And India was one of those. And so again, it never occurred to us when we were putting this together that actually it would be potentially a 3-way conversation rather than just a 2-way conversation, and that support workers have a great deal of insight, obviously, now we look at it, about how things work, you know, just in their day-to-day roles. So so we now consider support workers to be designers as well. Representation. So one of the things that we want all of our students to do is when they're doing plans and sections and sort of presentation drawings is to put people in them, actual humans, because it makes it more interesting because people like looking at people, but also it gives you a shortcut to scale and all those sorts of things. And clearly in projects like this, where you have people with disability, we want to see people with disability in the drawings, yeah? In the sections, in the plans, all those sorts of things. Very quickly, we realised that there just aren't very many of those images out there, and they're all happy, smiley Americans in wheelchairs, basically, because you basically Photoshop from the US. And so we got our own photographer in and we said, right, okay, if we have to do this ourselves, we have to do this ourselves. And so we took a whole series of photographs with our design partners in various things. You can see, can get the thing to work. But here, the one on the side here, that's a headshot, so that can go into a plan because you see someone from their head sort of thing. So we tried to do around it. And then we can see our student Riddick has got his design partner, Brenton, in the presentation photos sort of thing. So, but we realised that there's a real need out there that there's no place for architects to go to easily find images of people with disability that are appropriate for architectural drawings. Okay, presenting the work. So those of you familiar with design studios, periodically the students have to present. We were very careful that we got people from our colleagues we knew around the university who had lived experience with disability to come in and be part of those crit sessions. We also had a really big buy-in from a group of access consultants that we know, and they were in there as well. And so that was a challenge. So Shalar, who's a professor here in the arts faculty, she came and she's got vision impairment, has a dog. And so that was a challenge to our students. How do you present your project to Shalar? Yeah. So we did all of those sorts of things. That was a really good experience for us. We did that just with the students. So the design partners weren't part of that process. Yeah. We're sort of mixing two things here. There's a university process of things we have to follow, and then there's this other sort of experiment that we're doing that sort of runs alongside it, and sometimes we had to separate those out. So this was just students and our experts. But then at the end of the project, when all the work was pinned up, we invited all of the families and all of the participants back on a Saturday morning, plus some access consultants and other architects we knew who were interested. And we had this lovely Saturday morning where the student and the design partner would get up in front of everybody and explain their project and say what they were doing with it and all those sorts of things, which is a really great sort of event for us to hold. And so again, that sort of two-string thing, how do you present, how do you show you that you're proud of the work, those sorts of things, and then how do you meet the university's stricter criteria? Okay. It seems kind of cruel to talk about a design studio and not show some of the work. Kirsten, I think, mentioned that out by the coffee machine there are 3 panels, which have the 3 projects, 3 of the 7 that I'm going to talk about here very, very briefly. I'm not sure how much time I've got left. 0? Okay. I'm nearly done. So this was Bjorn and Mitch and India's project. It was a cafe near the beach. The most important thing, though, it was a sort of sheltered wading pool. Mitch really loved going down the beach. They had a lot of family memories for him. His grandparents lived down there. They went down there all the time, but he was a bit worried about getting knocked over in the waves when he was in the thing. So the whole project was about creating a kind of sheltered pool in the beach, similar to the sort of stuff they have in Sydney, where you could go and be safe. That was their project. You can see it's got a photorealistic one, this one. This is Grace and Steph. Their project was about to do a cinema. It's actually a series of cinema, small ones, a sort of traditional one, and then a sort of reverse cinema, which is open, and a sort of indoor version of a rooftop cinema sort of thing that had a lot of things and leaned into a lot of things around sensory perception, but also around deafness as well, was a sort of deaf positive space for a cinema. And then this one, Pim and Bishi, and that's his support worker there, Charles. And what they put together, Bishi was very much into his music, right from the word go. So this is a music centre in Brunswick, which has live outdoor spaces. It has music-based sensory rooms, and it had a recording studio and a few other bits and pieces. And this was the project where Pim went down the path of making lots of models just to make sure that it was clear that it was a model of a building and not actually a real building. Okay, last 2 slides. I would normally never put a photo of me up in a presentation, but I felt that I'd exposed all the students and the design partners, so that I probably ethically had to, but forgive me for that. So what we learned was that as we do design studios now, and I suspect the way we do it at the University of Melbourne is the way that they're done in most universities, certainly in Australia, doesn't support in any real way the inclusion of people with disability into those. The assessment is very heavily biased towards the product that comes out rather than the process, which is antithetical to how we try and teach our students to engage and work with people with disability. Is the process is the thing, not the end product, but that's not how students are assessed. Bias towards visual style, this will come as no surprise to any of you, but there's not that focus on the other senses and how you communicate. Marking rubrics, which frankly don't understand disability at all, except in the narrowest of technical senses. Oh, and just to note that one of the things that came out of the project was that it was actually really hard on our students. We really asked them to do 2 projects, to follow the university-based metrics and do all of that, which in itself is a large project in a master's level design studio, and then create this dynamic relationship with someone they never met, who they became firm friends with, discover how to communicate with them, do all these other things that we demanded of them that were invisible to the mark they got from the university. So it was tough. And yet we would get comments all the time from other staff members, because it was Kirsten and I teaching it, only 7 students. Typically it would be 1 tutor to about 16. And they're like, oh, the students are so lucky. They've got such, one-on-one support. You realise what these guys have to do. It's actually really, really tough. So the students really dove into it. They really embraced it. They all really, really enjoyed it, but it was a tough thing for them to do. Yeah. And very lastly, paying people is essential. If you're going to engage with a community, you need to pay for their expertise. It's just a basic level of respect, but it's hard. How did I phrase it? University payment systems are cruel. Yeah, it's very, very hard to do something unusual. It's hard to do normal stuff, frankly, with our payment system at the University of Melbourne. But when you're doing something unusual, then it's really, really difficult. So Alan's not here anymore, but he probably nearly had a heart attack when he had to sign off on a $5,000 worth of gift cards at the end of the semester. He's like, ah! So it's all right. It came from MDI funding. It was fine. Those sorts of things. Paying for support workers. I'll finish with this because I think it's a larger thing than just this design studio. We originally thought, okay, these guys are going to need support workers. That's fine. We'll find an agency. We'll hire them. We've got the money to pay for them. We'll do it. That's not how it works. Of course, we're idiots. These are people, most of these guys are on the NDIS. They have their own support workers. Their support workers are friends to them. They're the ones they want, not randoms that we were sort of proposing. And so very quickly the parents went, oh, no, why don't we just use our own? And we're like, oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We'll just repay you because we said we would. And any NDI package is not infinite. And so if you're using it to come to the university because we've asked you to, then we'll reimburse you for that. People have different packages. And so some people were able to accept that. And other people were like, oh, no. And there's an underlying, I'm going off course a little bit here, but I think there's an underlying fear amongst people with the NDIS that if you make the tiniest of mistakes, they're going to look to throw you off. So there's a level of paranoia there about, oh, we can't do anything, an innocent mistake. It doesn't matter, we'll get thrown off. And so we got some pretty pushback, which was surprising to us and now makes a lot of sense. Oh, no, we can't do that. We can't accept any money for the support workers. We decided we wanted to do it. That's fine. And others were like, oh, yeah, no problem. How do I do it? And we go, oh, well, we'll make a contract for you. And 6 weeks later, when they'd worked out how to do a contract, then, we managed to get them some money. So the complexities around this stuff is real. But the benefits are enormous. And so thank you very much for listening.
We don't have any questions online, but do we have any questions from the audience for Andrew? And then we'll go to you, but also because Andrew talks a lot. We'll also pick up any other questions in the panel as well. So we'll take your question next.
Andrew, you had a very interesting statement. It doesn't necessarily pertain to disability, but that university payments is a tool. Now, given that senior manager make a shitload of money, and we've had a history of waste, what do you think is driving this tool?
Well, you're probably getting a little bit over my my pay grade is exactly the word I was after, commenting on this. Look, I think that it's like many things. As universities have developed over the last few years with funding pressures and things like that, a lot of things have been automated, whereas before you would have a human who actually knew how to use the systems. And academics in particular used to lean very heavily onto those people to get things done. And now we work our way through a series of, forms and spreadsheets and various things by ourselves effectively. There is a helpline, but it's a real process. So when I say it's cruel, is that it's not a non-trivial matter to pay people at the university anyway, because of the way the system works, but particularly if you're doing things that are unusual. And, and we come back to the studio, we had thought, do we have a contract for these guys? Do we sort of pay them to come in 7 times over a certain period of time, a fixed term contract? Do we want them to fill in timesheets and things like that? We didn't really want to burden them with that. And so in the end, we decided that an electronic gift card that could go straight to their phone was probably the easiest way for that to go. And so that was the pathway that we went down in order to make it as seamless as possible from their side. But it still took a little while for it to happen. And our design partners were certainly keen to be paid. And so we kept getting emails from them saying, where's our money? Where's our money? We're like, we're trying. But yeah, I think it's that lack of a human in between the person trying to do the financial transaction and the way the transactions go through the systems that causes the cruelty.
Yes, Andrew, these projects that are completed, are they on display over at the architecture faculty with the other projects?
They are not. They have been it was semester 1.
Oh,
and so the other things are in the place of the basement down there now. There are the 3 banners are outside there. And if you're really interested, I'm not sure, if you contact us, then we have photos and images of all the projects. They're public. The IP belongs to the students, but they're a public thing because they're from the university. So if you're interested in having a look at some of the other projects, we should be able to forward something to you.
Right.
Hi, Dr. Andrew. Thank you so much for presenting. Very interesting to see what looked like a practice studio with an actual client in the room that's not a session like academics or somebody else. Given that you've just said that studio is not an inclusive environment, and I agree with that, what learnings from this particular studio you, or rather the university more broadly, learned from integrating other studios that's out there?
So there's a few over a few different areas. So we think that assessment is a really key area to get right. At this symposium last year, I talked a little bit about from the students, rather than bringing in from outside people with disability into the studio, the recognition that we have a lot of students in our studios, particularly with invisible disability, and that we see this rate of drop-off of students with ADHD who just get off to a cracker of a start at the beginning of a semester, and then at week 10 when it really hits, then boom, that's it, they're gone, sort of thing. And the way the assessment happens means they get very little reward for all the good work they've done early, and it's all about, well, where is the stuff at the end? So we think that assessment, how crits are run, where you get marks from, those sorts of things are a big area we could improve in. And then there's just the logistics of, well, is there a fund within the faculty to pay for support workers? Like if you were going, doing those sorts of things. We have a kind of expert tutor fund, so you can bring in an acoustic engineer from Arup to come and talk to your students, for example, and they'll get paid. But that hasn't really extended out to the disability community, which we'd like to sort of have them included within that, not just, and apologies to all the access consultants in the room, not just having access consultants come in and talk on behalf of people with a disability and on the regulations, but actually having people with lived experience being able to come in more to our students than just the odd studio sort of thing. So those are probably the 2 areas, some financial support to enable people to come in and to really reassess how we assess our students.
A bit more milestones along the way that students get some kind of recognition for, yes, their final crit might be worth a C or a D or whatever, rather than a high distinction or whatnot, but something along the way to acknowledge that, hey, they've done some great literature research and they've done some great, design iterations there. the clients to acknowledge that?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically they would get assessed at week 4 of a 12, 14-week semester. That would be worth 20%. And then their next assessment will be at week 12. And the week 12, week 14, which reflects their final project, and that's worth 80%. So if you've gone 10 weeks of working really hard, you've got 20% of your mark locked in. And if you fall over for those last 2 or 3 weeks, when the stress ratchets up, so it's exactly the time where if you do have anxiety or you do have that your body will shut down, then yeah, there's no possible way of getting through the semester. So we believe a thing that something that reflects the process as opposed to just that final product is where we'd ideally like to get to.
Design participants enjoyed the experience?
Oh, they had a ball. Yeah. Yeah, those guys really, really enjoyed it. So, yeah, the really firm friendships were made during the semester. The family's really good. We got really positive feedback. I said it was hard on our students, but they all really enjoyed the process going through it. The design partners and their families all recognised, and they were sad that it was ending effectively. Like we got told this by some of the design partners. It's like, oh, we wish we could keep going, sort of thing. So that was after a 3-month commitment. So it was really positive in that sense, which is why we're really keen on it. But our next challenge is how do you scale that? How do you get other people to do it?
All right, you two, right? We've got a symposium to finish.
I'm just going to put my bit in as well, Andrew, if you don't mind. So it was just an absolute fantastic project to see, and it was just so great seeing students who will be potential architects in the industry engaging with people with a disability and learning what that means, learning what difference is, or learning different forms of communication. So it was just fantastic to see. The recruitment with the flyers, like as a person with a disability, you probably get a flyer every 2 weeks. We just over-researched. What transport do you use? What's your nutrition? What's your dental health like? What's your use of trains like? You know what I mean? There's this research going on everywhere. So the idea of hooking up with organisations, I think, is a fantastic idea, just to get that step into a community of people with a disability can really help. And then just another thing on that, you mentioned the interaction between the support workers and the design partners themselves. Like it is a important discussion in disability world of support workers and families have strong insight into the person with a disability, but also balancing, they have to have the most voice and finding that way of communicating voice the best you can. So it was interesting that you hit that, you hit that, hang on, do the support workers speak as well, or do they just speak for the participants? So how is it all working? Families often have good input as well. But that's a dynamic that happens in disability a lot. So good that it came out in your research.
Yeah, we got asked by some of the support workers, are we allowed to talk? And we're like, are we allowed to be part of this process? And we're like, oh, God, we hadn't thought of that. Yeah, of course. Let's find out, shall we? And Jeff said, yeah, if you want to, you do. But we had others who were just content saying, oh, no, this is your session. You're with the student. I'll just sit here and play with my phone for an hour and then, do that. And we were like, that's absolutely fine as well, sort of thing. So, and we had a couple, 2 of the 7 didn't require support workers at all. They were there by themselves. So, yeah, we hadn't considered that prospect at all. And so, yeah, they're an important resource.
Yep, and the payments can be challenging as well because vouchers are still considered income for the person with a disability. So sometimes it can impact on their disability support pension or, as you said, the NDIS funding. So this is the complexity of the payments. It's astounding. Okay, we better get out. Fantastic. My name is Dr. Ray West. I'm from the Melbourne Disability Institute, and I'm here to introduce Madeline Granland today. Madeline is a London-based inclusive designer and researcher, originally from Naarm, Melbourne. She specialises in designing for neurodiversity and integrating design solutions for different age groups. While Madeline has experience working across a variety of sectors in the built environment, her primary interest lies in designing for cultural and community spaces such as museums and galleries. Her current research focuses on understanding what architectural excellence looks like when designing for neurodiversity. Madeline is keen to prompt creative thinking, going beyond the minimum design regulations and guidance, and actively engages in co-design processes. As an inclusive design consultant, she works with architects and designers to educate and modify designs to reduce the barriers commonly experienced by disabled people. So welcome.
Great. So thank you and welcome. I want to begin today with a quote from Zaha Hadid, who said that architecture on the one hand is about shelter, but it is also about pleasure. And today I want you to consider who actually gets to experience that pleasure. Is it an equitable experience for people whose brains work in different ways to your own? For people who might communicate differently or navigate the world in different ways, or have heightened or lowered sensory experiences? Throughout architecture, sensory design elements have been used to create highly emotive and memorable spaces. Differing acoustic environments, material textures, and uses of light are often highlighted in architectural history books, and not only define our experiences of individual buildings, but often architectural movements and the architects themselves. For example, the Guggenheim in New York is defined by its continuous ramp around a 7-story void space that's filled with light. And similarly, the Daniel Libeskind Jewish Museum in Berlin uses light to provoke emotion, where you are encouraged to look for a slither of light in a darkened room. And sensory experiences are equally evident in the Japanese consumer cooperative, where they use rain chains to emphasize the sound of running water. And the 9/11 Memorial Plaza does a similar thing by drowning out the surrounding sounds of New York with the waterfall pools to create that acoustic separation. And beyond this, Gaudi uses colour and an array of textures to provoke emotion. And the Morocco Pavilion at the Dubai Expo in 2020 was designed to have a distinctive texture and smell through its use of a rammed earth material. And on an architectural movement scale, brutalist architecture is instantly recognisable through its use of raw materials and often large expanses of concrete. So it's clear that architects are creating multisensory environments. And after all, what would really be the point of design and architecture if we weren't creating environments that had an impact on you? Daniel Libeskind speaks of meaningful architecture that is based on wonder. And similarly, Louis Kahn says that architecture is a thoughtful meaning of space. And Norman Foster emphasises that architecture is the expression of value. But what I want you to consider is, whose values are we really prioritising here? Designers are clearly thinking about the sensory impact of their designs, but they're often not thinking beyond a neurotypical experience. While their brightly lit rooms and colourfully clad walls and reverberant spaces might be considered architecturally excellent by some, they're often creating barriers for entry for others. And if architecture is an expression of our values and our buildings are currently excluding some people, are these really the values that we want to be standing for? Last year, I did my master's thesis research on designing for neurodiversity in museums and galleries and how this intersects with architectural excellence. I was lucky enough to work with the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Winton Gallery at the Science Museum in London, and the British Museum in London as well. And I interviewed people in these case study buildings who identified as being neurodivergent. And the research also included a survey that was globally available and had about 280 responses from neurodivergent people in about 23 different countries. And participants noted that they had a range of different neurodivergent conditions, which was really important that there was a variety of people participating in this study, because the majority of current research in this area is focused on autism. And one important thing to come from that study was that over 43% of neurodivergent people were avoiding museums and galleries due to sensory overload or sensory underload. And this is a really significant proportion of our society that is missing out on certain experiences purely due to the design of a space. And it would certainly be extended to the families of these people and the friends of these people who are then not attending certain spaces. So this is clear evidence that these multisensory spaces that we are designing impact people in different and often unintentional ways. So it is clear then that we must consider the different ways in which the brain functions, the different emotions that people experience, and the different memories that that are formed. And we must acknowledge that not everyone's brains work in the same way. We use the term neurodiversity to explain this variance, as Jean was talking about earlier. And we are all wonderfully different and perceive the environment in different ways. So we need to consider the equity in experience to ensure that the 15 to 20% of the world's population that's neurodivergent doesn't become unintentionally excluded, which we now know is currently happening. And to do this, we must consider that neurodivergent people are more likely to be hypersensitive and be sensory avoiders, or be hyposensitive and be sensory seekers. And this variation is likely to impact the emotions and memories that are formed in those spaces. So it is integral that we consider them from the onset. So what can we do about it? Do we have to strip back every room to be a white box with no sensory stimulation? No. Take a deep breath. That's certainly not the solution, especially given that we know we need to design for sensory seekers as well as sensory avoiders. We want to talk about designing for neurodiversity and designing for everyone, not just a specific part of the population. So designing considerate multisensory environments from the outset is incredibly important. And we now have that guidance in PAS 6463 that Jean spoke to earlier today. And rather than removing all sensory aspects of design, which we know is not going to be possible, one thing that we can do is provide predictability in these environments. So you can see in the M Pavilion 10 here, which you may have seen in person, that there is a really long vision panel, which gives you some insight into the inside of the space. You can tell before you enter, is it going to be crowded? Is it dark? Is it potentially going to be noisy? And you can prepare for the environment that you're about to enter into. The research that I did during my master's found that 73% of participants wanted to learn about a space before they entered it. And qualitative feedback showed that people wanted to plan their routes or prepare for those louder, brighter, busier environments, essentially giving the control back to the person who's about to enter into those spaces rather than bombarding them with sensory experiences. And there are lots of ways to create predictability. We can have vision panels to doors, we can have windows or mezzanine levels that you can look out onto a space from. The other thing that we can do is provide pre-visit information and materials. And one of these things is sensory mapping. And 83% of the participants that I spoke to in the survey said that they would find it helpful to have access to sensory maps or other pre-visit materials such as visual narratives, things like that. And of this, 73% said that they would prefer an isometric or 3D format for a map over a flat map. And I'm going to speak more to the design of that in a second. So what is sensory mapping? Well, it identifies the sensory experiences within a space and it plots it on a map so that you can see it beforehand. It usually maps sights, sounds, smells, and textures, making the environment more predictable. And although through new research, we are seeing the desire to map rest points and quiet routes and potentially crowded spaces, we're currently not really doing this on any sensory maps that exist. The use of sensory maps allows for people to pre-plan. It allows for those people who are sensory seekers to seek out certain senses within an environment if they feel that they need to, or avoid certain things if they feel that they need to. And while my research was mainly focusing on museums and galleries that can often be overwhelming because of the design and the overload of information, there is sensory maps for other spaces outside of just the cultural sector. So we've seen them at zoos and festivals and shopping centres. And this ranges from the Melbourne Zoo, just up the road, to the NGV, which I'll show in a second, to places like Bunnings Warehouse. And while it's great that these organisations are leading the way, there's still a long way for us to go in the design of sensory maps to make sure that they're done in a more equitable way. I want you to think back to Zaha Hadid's quote that I shared at the beginning of the presentation, which placed emphasis on a pleasurable and thoughtful design process. So there's currently a lack of knowledge about the use of sensory maps, the process to create them, and how they should look. For example, what symbols they should use. Currently, most sensory maps are designed for families or children, and they're often thrown together as an afterthought rather than as part of the design process. On the screen, there is a flat sensory map, which is generally the format that we're seeing them in. And then there's also a 3D formatted one, or an isometric format. And this goes back to the statistic that I had on the screen before, that 73% of people preferred to look at this 3D one where they could see the volume of the space. And that's something that we're currently not seeing exists. But if you look to architectural practice, we're often using 3D or isometric drawings to engage with clients or show them how spaces work. So why should we not be doing this in a space where we're looking at engaging with people more directly and visitors? We currently design sensory maps without asking neurodivergent people what they prefer, and this clearly speaks to that. And that really goes against the principle of nothing about us without us, which is something that really needs to be embedded into this process moving forward. And it really speaks to the importance of using a co-design process as well, which is something that we've been looking further at in our work at Bureau Happold. So to create predictability in an environment, there are three main architectural theories that we can draw on. We can look at prospect, which is the ability to preview and survey a space. And we can look at refuge, so the ability to retreat or escape, which can include literal or perceived escape. So you might be able to look out a window and perceive that escape. And then also looking at context, so the relationship of a building or a design to its surrounding environment or the surrounding society that we are currently in. And sensory maps provide prospect by giving preview of the sensory loads that may occur in that space. They provide refuge by clearly demonstrating where those quiet spaces are and where seating may be and how people can exit spaces. And this can increase a person's perception of control over escape. And then they can also provide context in a few ways. So you might be physically able to place yourself within that environment and mapping system. But the map itself should be designed contextually to match the branding of an organisation or how it sits on the website, for instance. So what I really want you to consider is the equity in experience when we're designing these spaces. And yeah, thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience? I should have just handed you the microphone.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentation. I would like to ask again about the process of getting to the final product of a sensory map. How do you come up with certain, solution to people to guide and their wayfinding in different places. I guess in your case, based on your experience in the cultural sector.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. So this is one thing that we're currently developing in our work. So I was mainly speaking today about my research from last year, but I work as an inclusive design consultant at Bureau Happold. And one of the things that we're currently doing is developing what does that process actually look like? Because it's currently excluding the perspectives of people with lived experience. And one of the things that we've realized is that engaging with people in that co-design process, whether it's actually, we've been working with people to design the symbols so that they feel like they're part of the process, to create the physical map outcome, but also walking through spaces with people. So I was recently doing a project on a community centre where we got a group of participants and walked through the space, and people were writing or drawing on post-it notes and mapping out, like, quite physically in the environment, what sensory experiences they were having in that environment. And then we go away and put that on a visitor map so that other people can then use it. So I think it's really about embedding that lived experience into the map through the co-design process. I don't know if that answers the question that you're talking about.
Thank you.
We've got one over here. So.
Hi, Madeline. Thanks for sharing your learnings. You mentioned that you went past beyond autism in assessing the views of people with neurodivergence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering what sorts of other conditions you included and how you managed that, the recruitment process. Was it, self-identifying as neurodivergent? Did they require a formal diagnosis, and which ones, if so? Thank you.
So for my research, people were able to self-identify. I think that's really important considering the wait times that people are going through. Some people may not want to get a formal diagnosis, but they know that they have suspicions, and self-diagnosis is a very valid perspective. So people, for my survey, could self-identify, and I had my definition of neurodivergence on there, which said that neurodivergence included but was not limited to ADHD, autism, dyslexia, dyspraxia, OCD, Tourette's. And then I allowed people to fill in a box at the bottom as well if they wanted to list another condition. They were more than welcome to, and obviously people could select more than one. In terms of recruitment, I reached out to a lot of different groups and organisations and asked them to pass it on. A lot of museums and galleries and people in the cultural sector or organisations actually have dedicated days or programs for neurodivergent outreach things, so they were able to send it on to people to participate as well. And for the case study interviews that I did, which I didn't really go into, but that was primarily through the organisations that helped find people, and then also just asking people directly. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm curious about with mapping whether there was a consideration of temporal elements. So how a building changes over time or how its use exists in time. So like, for example, a lot of local neurodiverse events will have sensory avoidant hours earlier in the day and sensory seeking hours later in the evening. So just wondering, like, was there an attempt to sort of map that and consider how temporal elements can be represented on a map?
Yeah, there definitely has been a consideration of that. I think that probably sits outside of the scope of the research that I did. But since then at work, we've definitely been talking about like events that might be hosted in certain spaces and how can the sensory map be updated based on that. A lot of people have requested like crowd readings for spaces and noise readings for spaces that would get updated like a Google Maps sort of thing does. I don't think we're quite at a place where we've got the design of the sensory map and the technology all connected and coming together as one. But I think there's definitely pockets that are starting to be joined up, and hopefully research like this and some of the work that's coming out will lead to things like that. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I was interested in the opening quote from Zaha Hadid, and I think it was talking about joy or comfort, perhaps, and I think I'm wondering in your work, like how much is safety and the perceptions of safety within built space? Because I guess the opposite of like joy or that is sort of something like trauma, and that neurodiverse people are often scanning their environments for through their own archives of trauma and perception. So how much of that kind of informs your work?
Yeah, it definitely informs our work. I will preface it by saying that the research that I did was actually titled Beyond the Minimum. So I wasn't looking at the minimum of sort of like that feeling of safety. But it definitely impacts our work. And some of the architects that I've spoken to, particularly the architect of the 9/11 Memorial Museum and the actual space underneath, he was speaking about the need to escape quite quickly, especially for people with PTSD. And so that ability to retreat, which is refuge in prospect, refuge in context, is incredibly important. And I think that's why predictability is also important, because it can ease that a little bit, and also knowing where you can escape to is going to be a big part of it. I don't know if that answers your question at all.
Yeah, it does a bit.
If you want to follow up, sorry.
Hi, Madeline.
Hi.
I work predominantly with the profound end of intellectual disability, autism, kind of that level, in engagement design processes. When I'm a carer or support worker, I generally have to be the one who quickly navigates things, quickly finds, toilets, reset rooms, kitchen, whatever. I have to be the first kind of the navigator. Do you have any, I guess, insights from your research that lists, I guess, the experiences of support workers with generally that group of people and what they preferred in terms of wayfinding?
I primarily looked at people with lived experience rather than carers or support workers. So I probably can't speak to that. I think the main thing to come from this was that we need those pre-visit materials and the predictability for everyone. It's not just for neurodivergent people, so it's going to assist everyone. And making that an experience that's exciting or like welcoming for everyone is really important. That's probably the most that I can say on it, though. Sorry.
Just got a final question from online. Can you please elaborate on the methods or the tools your research uses to map the sensory experiences?
So I didn't actually go through the NGV and map those. The NGV has already created their flat map, and I just mapped it onto a 3D version to see the comparison in the design. I think that question is probably speaking to the co-design process that I spoke about earlier, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could get our panel to grab a seat.
All right, well, welcome to the final, well, we've got a panel discussion before lunch. If we can just keep you here a little bit longer. We're probably going to run through to about 1 o'clock if people can hold out for lunch. So again, my name is Ray West. The two speakers on the end, we've already had introductions about them. So for this panel, Teaching for Equity, we've got 3 speakers, but I wonder if Matt, you can just do a bit of a bio.
Yeah, no worries.
They'd be reading it out
No.
and then we'll go from there.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Harrison. I am a teacher by trade. I work at the Faculty of Education. My area of passion is supporting neurodivergent students of all ages. I am a co-lead on the Neurodiversity project at the University of Melbourne. I'm lucky enough to work with Dr. Jess Reardon and Dr. Sarah Timperley, who unfortunately can't be here today. I'm neurodivergent myself, and yeah, I'm just really excited about all the wonderful things that's happening here today. I love the last talk. It was great. Hello.
So really it's sort of a continuation on from where Andrew presented. So I don't know if you want to add anything further. as to what your presentation was, or if the other two speakers want to start with contrasting their work and some of the teaching programs they're doing in contrast to what Andrew's doing.
Yep. Or if there's any questions that the audience wants to throw at us, I'm more than happy. I can see an arm raised. That might be a good place to start. I'm not sure where Jasmine has got to. Oh, here's Kirsten getting her steps in.
Oh. Thanks, Andrew. I just wanted to touch on a reflection. Actually, I'm inviting a reflection from you, and perhaps Kirsten as well. But in your studio, it's a fourth-year studio. So my question and my invitation for you to reflect is actually about how and why not so far, but how you would bring that experience to your students much earlier in their journey. Because my reflection as an architect with 25 years of experience is that we don't frame their thinking early enough. So they get all the way through fourth year being told, as you reflected on, that the studio, the output is the thing. So it becomes about what it looks like or how it's presented rather than the thinking that's gone into it and how it's actually progressed to that point. And if we gave them those tools earlier on to start thinking about designing for inclusion, designing for safety, designing for all those things that they should actually be doing. If we did that from the very start, it might actually completely reshape the way they take on the rest of their journey.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's certainly where our mind has gone after we've done this studio. It's like, it was such a fantastic experience, but at the end of the day, there's 7 students who get that experience, and there are 400 students in the year level sort of thing. So we've started down that process. Changing university curricula is no easy task. But we have managed to place Kirsten as the coordinator of our Studio Alpha, which is the first design studio that the first years do. And by rejigging that course, their major design project is a pavilion, similar to the M Pavilion that Madeline showed. But they're given a list of clients that they have to choose to design for, all of which have some form of disability. So it's a way for us of introducing. You have to think about this. What does it mean that this person has dyslexia? How does that change your thing? So that's an attempt to get it really early for them. We would like to develop some specialist electives in designing for disability that would be available at second and third year level for the students. That would run parallel to design studios to be a kind of access plus course. They're not just going through the access requirements for compliance, but where do these come from? Why do we do it? What's the benefit? And those sorts of things that the students will then be able to apply. The other thing that's happened in our faculty is with a bit of a rejig of how we do our master's level, is that there's a focus on one of Studio C on Indigenous design and Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous thinking. And I look at that and think there's such a lot of parallels between the disability community and the Indigenous community, in the sense that there's a requirement to be person-centred, to listen first, to get to know people before you start designing with them, those sorts of things. I think there's a lot of synergy. So I hope that going through that in that context will also help our graduates to actually understand how to design for people with disabilities better as well. So, and lastly, if every 2 years we could do a studio like the one we just did, then you kind of seed these little super spreaders, hopefully, out into the industry that can be real champions within their offices. So that's how I would like the whole process to work. It's not in place yet, but that's where we're sort of targeting. That's where we'd like to get to.
What are you seeing the university do?
Yeah, thanks, Ray. What's really interesting is how we started, and this is sort of why I'm sitting here today. We did a study. We, in education, people who aren't aware, we are at the bottom of Queensbury and Leicester Street, and there's a joke that sort of the funding sort of trickles down from Parkville down to education. We're all teachers, so we're used to Nescafe and yes. But we got some funding to build a low impact sensory space in 2019. It was ready to open January 2020. And then we had our grand opening in 2022 when we finally had a low impact sensory space. And I had some autistic colleagues with sensory differences say, oh, great, this is fantastic. Now there's one space in the whole faculty that I can access. And I was like, oh, when we put it like that, that kind of makes sense. And then sort of started thinking about the principles of universal design and what you need. So we did some research that was intended to understand our neurodivergent staff and students' experiences of the physical environment. And what we found was really, really interesting. First of all, 50% of our neurodivergent community was not out yet, or didn't feel safe to disclose. And so they didn't want to use a low impact sensory space. Well, they wanted to, but they didn't feel safe to because they thought they'd be outing themselves. The second thing that was really interesting, and I'm talking about people from across all levels. We had level E's I've worked with, for 5 or 6 years at that point. And, I teach, autism support and inclusion, and we had never had that conversation until they knocked on my door saying, hey, I want to be part of the study. And I was like, oh, okay, this is great. But what was really interesting was the second part was the biggest determiner, because you can create these inclusive physical environments, but it was the cultural environment that people said they found the most prohibitive. So it's not just that physical, the physical affordances of the space. It's the cultural mindset of people who are making decisions about whether or not they can actually feel safe to use those affordances. Whether it be a low impact sensory space, whereas a flexible policy that allows people to be able to work in ways that's comfortable for them. And that was really interesting. And that's how we decided that this is not just a faculty of education challenge, this cultural challenge, it's a university-wide challenge. And that's when we got support for the University of Melbourne Neurodiversity Project, was to be able to find out exactly how many of us are there in our community and what are we experiencing. And that's been absolutely a wild ride, I'll say. But we've just got such an amazing community here at the University of Melbourne. And I've learned so much. So, yeah, I think it speaks very nicely to the great work that you're doing, Andrew, and Kirsten's doing as well. It's fantastic.
And Associate Professor Jean, can you give us a UK perspective on how is teaching, is it being done better over there, a bit worse? Oh.
Sorry, thank you. So I'm not convinced it's any better. It's probably not as good as Melbourne University for starters. One of the other approaches that we did have is that we had a built environment sector-wide initiative 10 years ago, which was government funded from the Legacy Fund from the 2012 Paralympics, to bring together all the professional bodies and say that they should be insisting that everybody who studies the built environment should have had some embedding of disability awareness, but properly so, how you design accessibility. And what happens was a big splash in the papers 10 years ago, and they all committed. So we had the landscape designers, the architects, the facility managers, the SIBSI, the engineering and all of that, mechanical services and so forth. And they all signed up to it. They all got their pictures in the paper, and they all made it only an optional module. And that's where we still are 10 years on. So I'm trying to pull together now a roundtable for next year to say, hey guys, look, we're 10 years on. Please, can we make this mandatory? Surely architects need to, because I think if the professional institutes ask for it, the universities will have to respond to that. And that will move it on a peg or two. But I don't know, you might feel differently.
I like the idea of mandatory awareness raising. It's good. That cultural change is huge. I think interesting because of what we've been able to do here, and it's not me, it's Sarah Templey and Jess Reed and the rest of our advisory group and community. We're actually going to Leeds in February because they're trying to emulate University of Leeds, what we've set up here. And we're in University of Michigan in March this year because it's sort of all the neurodivergent people in the community saying, I think I've had enough now. I'd kind of like to have a place that I feel like I belong, and that's the physical environment, the cultural environment. And so there is a bit of a movement happening around the world, and we're a small part of that. But it is interesting to sort of see this happening, and it transcends borders.
Am I allowed to ask Jean a question? One one of the things that we think about, not just with course training, but we're putting together the Disability Hub called Design Disability Now in our faculty, and there are a range of things that go on overseas. But one of the characteristics of them seem to be that they're championed by individuals, and when those individuals retire or they leave or they go somewhere else, those structures often just wither away with them. And so that challenge of how do you get longevity that goes, an institutional longevity, rather than this is a pet project of a particular person who has the energy to try and drive it forward, is something that we think about. And I was wondering if, Jean, your module at UCL, were there any lessons from that?
Yeah, so just backtracking 25 years to when I started, I went to a full master's program of inclusive design. And I think that comes back to the earlier point where we had, I had some relatives who were disabled, but I didn't have that much contact and context. And every other speaker that came in usually had lived experience, but my fellow students often had lived experience as well. And that was the richer learning actually than some of the official talk program as well. So that was essential for me. We had 4 such master's programs running. There was one in Ireland, there was one in Scotland, there was one in the Midlands or the North, and there was one in Reading where I studied. And we had a whole vast range of people coming through those study programs, which is great. And then just after the Equality Act came out in 2010, they all died. And all of those great professors and so all retired. And then it was gone. And then there was nothing until we started the one module at UCL 6 years ago, which really saddens me because now people haven't got access to all that rich material I had. And I don't know how you stop that running. There was even, it was at Salford, and they used to run, there was a GISCMAL list and lots of stuff on there around disability, and that all died with the individual when he retired as well. And I just don't know how you stop that happening. But I feel like we're going backwards a little bit. And there's a resurgence now of young people coming forward that need to learn it again. But it's lost its way, I'm afraid.
And I was just going to say, like, locking disability awareness and disability specific subjects into curriculums of any like undergrad master's courses is so difficult because they're so time constrained anyway. We had a similar conversation with medicine about and a lot of allied health about getting more disability awareness into their curriculums. And they just said, well, there's no room, they're just jam-packed. So that's what you come up against straight away. The difficulty of fitting it into the current curriculum. Your point, I was just going to expand on about the disclosure. I think that's a really important point that we're seeing emerging, in our community in terms of neurodiversity. It's really just come on the stage a lot with the NDIS in the last sort of 5 years. Before that, probably it was a very unknown area, and now it's suddenly, everyone's neurodiverse and autism and ADHD, and that, transition to disclosing that I think can be a challenge. Can you talk to your experience of those? Not yours.
I can talk about this. I really want to write a book called Wow, There's a Lot of Us. Because I think we've always been here. I think, I'm spending 5 years looking at one line of poetry. So sort of like academia is a safe space. It has historically been a safe space for the neurodivergent community. And that could be people who are dyslexic, people with dyscalculia. I mean, there's all these labels, disability or neurological difference under this umbrella term. I think there's a really important point about how we can, sort of think about all those different needs. And what kind of excites me is we're seeing a generation, I don't know if this is happening in the UK as well, Jane, but we're seeing a generation of openly neurodivergent academics who are going into those sort of leadership positions. And it's that if you can see it, you can be it, that visibility around that, saying, actually, if I'm an undergrad and I can see that I can have a viable career in this, it kind of inspires hope. And I think hope is a powerful tool. And you need supports and you need to make sure that you have an accessible curriculum and everything. Just the fact that you can see someone who has succeeded and there's a real generosity in a lot of our senior academics here who are neurodivergent or disabled or have different labels to difference, and they are being very open and generous. I've seen in about saying, "Hey, these are the challenges I experience." And I just think when we come back to the idea of curriculum and that sort of thing, the more academics with direct lived experience we have, the more people will say, actually, I think speechies and OTs need to learn about this. So I think, pediatricians really need to learn about neurodiversity affirming practice. Psychology, we've seen some really big changes there as well. So I'm hopeful, I think, that it's that possibility. I'm not sure if this is happening in the UK as well. I'll stop
I don't know if it's happening in the UK in universities, if they're ready to disclose. I do think it's happening in the workplace. So we at Bureau Happold have, like many organisations all over the world, have a medical cover for staff. And recently they added on free diagnosis for neurodivergence. And a vast number of our because we're a multi-dis engineering-based company, have come forward for testing and they are now announcing it, and a lot of allyship programs are going on, and that is kind of exciting. A lot of youngsters say, "Oh, I can now discuss it and everything." It's that safe place to talk about it. So there's quite a lot going on in the UK in the workplace. I haven't personally seen it so much in the universities. I don't know. Madeline, you studied at UCR. Did you see lecturers coming out and disclosing? I don't think so. No. Sadly.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I might just open it up, for some questions.
Yeah, I just want to sort of talk about, or ask about sort of survivor bias, because I've found academia to be a really hostile space for my neurodiversity. I'm in my second undergraduate degree. It's my second attempt at this post-diagnosis. And I've seen so many people drop out. And so much of the accessibility design seems to be for people who are already making their way through the environment. And I just wonder about follow up with people who've dropped out, and going what are the barriers that are actually stopping people from continuing, because otherwise, you get to year 4 and it's well, none of them are here with me anymore. Just how do we tackle that survivorship bias, and also tackle cultures of ableism within students, because I do think sometimes teachers think their great attitude it does have a big impact, but sometimes if we're not explicit tackling ableism in students, it's sort of then the disabled students can be really isolated, and it can be really hard to get all through the years of a degree if nobody will talk to you, for instance. So
yes. No, we know, look, the design studio is a particularly hard place for that. As I sort of briefly talked about before, we find a lot of students will drop out even during the semester just because of the way that they're run. But you're right, there's also an ableist and a sort of gatekeeping role that particularly design tutors, but especially ones coming from industry, perhaps not as much teaching experience. I went through this is what I had to be to become an architect, so this is how I'm going to sort of teach my course. And we know from students who have failed a particular design studio, for example, and were told by their tutor that they were never going to make an architect or whatever. And that was my favourite project. They still really liked the project they were doing, but they failed it and were told they were never going to be an architect. And they are, sort of thing. So there is a lot of that, those barriers to what do architects look like, how do they behave, what kind of stress testing do you need to be able to get through to qualify, that we know is a nonsense. And so, for us, it often gets brought up around, we have to stand up and present your work in front of everybody, because that's what you need to do to be an architect. And we're like, well, hardly anyone in an office does that. The principal does that when you're talking to clients, but most people are sitting there working out how to the bathroom door work, sort of thing. So this perception of what you need is not matched by reality, but it's used as a gatekeeper. If you can't get up and talk confidently about your work, quote, and famous architects and things like that, then you're not really one of us. So there's a lot of work in that space, I think, and probably across all faculties about that gatekeeping role and how do we open that space up?
Did you want to go first, Jane? That's fine. First of all, I'm sorry that's your experience. I mean, that is very common. I have to say, there's a cliff. I'm aware. Sarah and Jess, who I worked with, and they're very open about their stories. They've had similar stories. Both of them had to leave their postdocs because of challenges resulting from institutional ableism and other stuff. And they are very open about sharing that there is a survivor bias. I am lucky in the sense that I have been protected from day one by, I'll name her because she's wonderful, Professor Lorraine Graham, who was our head of department for many years. And that's why I'm here. I often ask, how did I get here? And it's because of let's be frank, protection of a lot of senior women in my faculty who looked out for me and made sure that I had everything that I needed to be able to do my job and to be safe, happy, and part of the community. So there's an intersectional thing there. I mean, there's a gender bias. We know that for sure. In terms of that cliff, we know not even just getting into the university. If you get into university, well done. That's, you've survived high school for undergrads, which is not a fun time for a lot of kids. And then to get into, once you're in the university, all those supports often drop away. We just had a SEDS review. We're hoping, and I really am optimistic that things will be a lot better for our neurodivergent students coming in and that they will feel like this is a place that they belong. It's for them. And that means academic supports, but social supports. Dr. Jess Reedon's research on our student needs analysis had 539 respondent students. And these are students currently at the university, so there is a survivor bias. But I think, and some other people, I see familiar faces in the crowd, can remind me of the numbers. I think it was something like 64% of our students had heard disparaging remarks from peers about disability or neurodivergence. That is shocking to me, but then also, I mean, it's not surprising because I have these conversations with people like yourself all the time. 49% of our students had heard ableist comments from staff, which again, it shocks me on one hand, but it's things like autistic people shouldn't be teachers. And you hear that once and say, oh, they're not good with people. It's like, I think they're very good with people. I think they're very patient. They shouldn't be with kids. And you hear a comment like that, and it's your whole sense of identity is out the door. It's just like, I don't belong here. This place is not for me. So in terms of that survivor bias, there is a bit of research we need to do, but we already have alarming stats, enough for alarm bells ringing with our current students, not just the ones that dropped out. So we're hoping that what's happening next is that there is a cultural shift happening in our institution. And that would sort of mean that I could retire in 30 years feeling happy if we have that shift. I think that's the biggest impact. Everything else is kind of moot.
And just, I guess, learning that empowerment of your identity takes time. And that's like an identity in all areas. But I guess, once you're sort of more empowered and you feel like you belong, you can have a counter ready. Like, I get stuffed, I belong, I'm allowed to be a teacher. But it's learning that strength and learning that empowerment to be able to counter something that you hear that is just, totally negative or totally wrong or based on a stereotype or bias, and learning how to counter that. It's a learned skill, I think.
It is. And it's something that I still struggle with personally, like sort of saying like, okay, so even just your own internal ableism, like, why can't I do this? It should be easy. Everyone else seems to do it. What's wrong with me?
I've got one last question to my left, I think.
Hi, just want to say thank you for a really stimulating and empowering discussion. So I'm an access consultant and I work with my colleagues. We do a lot of work with not just the compliance to the standards, but also work around neurodiversity and design for neurodiversity. And we developing recommendations and assessment tools. The thing is, and you're saying, Jean, how do we stop the warriors and the advocates when they disappear? How do we stop the progress happening? there's been a lot of discussion about the Australian Discrimination Act needing to be updated. And I believe the only way to make this happen from a top-down systematic approach is to actually embed neurodiversity within the DDA so that it becomes mandatory for anything, any system, any program, any building to consider neurodivergence in the design as part of the brief, the same way we have the codes that you put up before, door widths and ramp gradients, that design of acoustic space and wayfinding, intuitive spatial arrangements. They are all part of what is considered as part of the mandatory brief for any building or any system or any educational program. I think that's the only way we can do it.
Can I just jump in there? So we're no better in the UK. We have an Equality Act, and I'd like to see that include some more headings, and there was talk about including menopause in certain circumstances and perhaps neurodiversity, and that would be great, but it will take forever to do. But when we got the PAS, something very surprising happened. It isn't in our building regulations, but the architectural sector and the design sector seem to want to follow it, and that in itself is raising awareness. But suddenly we had, bizarrely, a new building regulation come out on toilets in July, and buried into the detail of that, under lighting in the toilets, it said CPAS 6463, consider people with neurodivergence for the lighting of the toilets. And I got, wow. So I think if you can start to get a standard in place, you can maybe get it that way as well, and might be quicker. I don't know. But I was really surprised to see that. Mm.
But I was just while we're getting microphone, yes, no doubt.
Because Simona helped organise with us, so you get the
well, yeah. So we're building codes. I mean, so sorry, was it a consider people with neurodivergence in that code? Is that what you said? It was consider.
I need to check the exact wording,
but
it
the
was
wording is
interesting.
consider.
There was someone in the building regulations division that had to be an observer on the steering group for the PAS. And that was the person that had triggered that going into the toilet specifications. So once it goes into building regs, you kind of, all those architects will have to look up PAS 6463, the lighting section, to see what it meant.
Yeah.
And they have to explain why if they're not meeting it.
Yeah.
So they might get round it, but it's much stronger.
So these are the limits of laws, regulations, codes, all of these things. And if it says consider, or if it says this is an option, the bare minimum standard isn't actually there. There's sort of like, it's an optional extra. It's like, as a trans person, it's like all gender bathrooms are a performance solution, like we're a sunroof. And it's very sort of demeaning, that's sort of like where it's at. So in order for things to be kind of considered in this way as this sort of optional extra, like we want this to be like the minimum standard, or it's how we kind of embed these into these codes. For instance, like we've got the Dutton has announced that if he gets into government, he'll put a 10-year freeze on the National Construction Code. So this is what we're up against. And the justification is that by putting in these new provisions or these options, whether it be for neurodiversity or for accessibility or for gender diversity, it just throws up the cost of things, and that's the pushback from the neoconservative end, and that's also the pushback from the centrist Labor end as well. So, yeah.
It's interesting that we've got a few clients now that have got university-type campuses, and they have recognised that for them to get the very best PhD students and staff, they're likely to quite often be neurodivergent, and they had to change their premises for that and their policies and everything else. So I think that can be driven from several ways, perhaps.
Yep. But definitely agree that the DDA, Disability Discrimination Act, needs updating, like it's been since 1992. So it needs to incorporate neurodiversity. But I agree, unless it's in a standard or in a, the builders are going to build to the standards and the specifications. And if you put an optional consider clause in, they're just going to go, oh, too expensive, don't want to think about it. I don't have to do it, so I'm not going to do it. They'll do the baseline, because they're in a hurry to get things built, and cost is their main consideration, not social value. So yeah, we need to work at all the different levels. This needs to be incorporated. Okay, well, I've kept you from lunch for a little bit longer, so thank you. So enjoy lunch, and I'll see you after that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Perhaps we just take our seats. Right, my name is David Wagner. I'm the current Victorian President of the Australian Institute of Architects, also a practicing architect, and thank you for inviting me along to launch our Student Ideas Competition for Victoria. This prize is an annual design competition open to students enrolled in an accredited Masters of Architecture course in Victoria. The initiative aims to celebrate the innovative contributions of architecture students and foster the exploration of ideas that shape the future of our built environment. The 2025 theme focuses on improving accessibility in the built environment for individuals with both visible and invisible disabilities. Students are encouraged to go beyond compliance, using accessibility as a foundation for creative and innovative design. The challenge is to create inclusive, functional, and enriching spaces that address the needs of all youth while tackling broader social and environmental issues. Participants will work on real-world challenges, starting with contemporary brief and site. The competition emphasises the balance between visionary thinking and technical precision, offering a chance to rethink traditional approaches and deliver impactful practical solutions. This competition also supports professional development by highlighting the architect's critical role in addressing social challenges. It reflects the profession's dedication to nurturing emerging talent and offering valuable insights into the transition from academic study to professional practice. The winner will receive a certificate, a one-year institute membership within the next couple of years, and a complimentary ticket to the Victorian chapter's end-of-year event. So we invite all eligible students to take part in this exciting competition and contribute to the vital conversation on accessibility and design. The outcomes will be showcased at next year's symposium, offering a platform for recognition and further discussion. A special thank you to the Victorian Chapter Education Committee and the Victorian Equity in Architecture Committee for their invaluable contributions to this project. We look forward to your submissions and the innovative ideas you'll bring to this important task. Now, I also want to just highlight the recent publication of Architect Victoria, which also looks at accessibility. So you might have seen this about, so look out for it. Actually, I think about 50% of it is on accessibility, so a really helpful series of conversations in there. So thank you very much for listening to me and enjoying the launch. So all the best for it, for all the students, and good luck. Thank you.
So it's my great pleasure to be here. My name's Natalie Hannon. I'm the Associate Dean for Diversity and Inclusion in the Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences. And it's my role today to share with you a collaborative effort from across all faculties at the university, where we wanted to come together and work together. So many of you will know Durley from your own faculty, your Associate Dean as well for Diversity and Inclusion, and many others were really keen to think about how do we think about what the International Day of People with a Disability means, and how do we come together as a unified cross-faculty initiative in a way to reflect on that. And so I'm actually not going to take up too much more time, but just to say I'm really excited to be supporting part of today as well. So Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences as part of this day to really try and bring together support and collaboration. A lot of us are really interested in thinking how we can work together throughout the university and bring different perspectives and views into this. So it's been a fantastic day so far. but I really wanted to now share with you a video that's been co-created, as I say, across all of the different faculties, led by the Associate Deans for Diversity and Inclusion. And before I do, I just also want to give a huge shout out to Greta Robinstone, who is the creator, director behind the video, which I'm about to share with you on behalf of all of us. And she's done other incredible videos. So if you enjoy this, you might like to look at some of her other work. But we're really, really grateful that Greta was able to, from the Faculty of Law, to be able to put some time aside to help support this initiative. And I'd also like to thank Lena Arcilla, who is a project officer in diversity and inclusion in the Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences faculty, for really trying to make sure we bring together lots of different perspectives from across the faculties. So you're going to see today this video, and I'll come back to you at the end to explain a bit more.
Okay, you ready to kick off? Sure.
For me, International Day of People with a Disability is a great opportunity to shine a spotlight on some of the practical things that people can do to just make life and the community more inclusive for people with disability.
There are still many people who are not really aware of people who have disability.
People who have got, hidden disabilities, people whose disabilities are more visible, make up, around 20% of the population, perhaps even more. And so to have an opportunity to really celebrate the work that's been done, but also to create spaces, I think, where people can talk about disability.
Sometimes random people ask me how did you overcome with your disability? And I was like, how can I answer this? Because disability is a part of my body, and my body is not a battlefield. So there are better questions to ask, like how can we fight with ableism? How can we bring more inclusion to our menus? How can we embrace ourselves as a human?
In all the 300 different language groups that we have across Australia, there is no word in any of those language groups for disability. The cultural understanding of disability amongst Aboriginal people is very much about strengths-based. It's very much about seeing disability as nothing unusual, unremarkable. We're all born different in different ways. So if someone is born, say, with blindness, then it's the community that comes together and says, what do we do to enable this person to be the best person that they possibly can be? If we can bring that sort of collective thinking to the university, generally speaking, about disability or gender diversity or any sort of equity category, have a collective response, and it's unremarkable, away goes a lot of the attitudes that we have that stand in the way of students and staff succeeding at university.
You can do really simple things, presenting materials in multiple ways, having text instructions as well as verbal instructions as well as visual instructions. At our faculty and in education, we're certainly having a big focus on universal design for learning, and our academics are currently going through universal design for learning training. What we challenge them to do at the end of it is +1. Just find one thing. We're not asking people to make wholesale change. We know change is hard, and we know that if you're not confident in the space, it can be difficult. So make one change.
Disability is highly personal and individual, and so a key point is to just ask people what
what access needs they have or reasonable adjustments can be made. For me personally, some of the reasonable adjustments that I expect and ask for are that in a meeting people state their name before they speak, because I can't necessarily see everyone on a screen at once, or in a room I won't pick up who's speaking. I think we often think, oh, we're doing this thing for the person with a disability, but there's often multiple other benefits to other people in the room. There might be people new to the meeting that aren't familiar with everybody and still getting to know people's names. So there can be all these flow-ons.
Raising the general floor of accessibility benefits everyone in the workplace, because there's a lot of people who are undiagnosed with various things, just have different ways their brain works. Maybe they don't fit into any particular diagnostic criteria.
I teach and research equality and discrimination law at Melbourne Law School. And part of what my work really focuses on is how we can ensure that work works for everyone. Every employer has a responsibility to make reasonable adjustments for people with disabilities. And in Victoria, if you have caring responsibilities as well. One of the challenges though is to have an adjustment made, you often need to disclose that you have a disability and identify what adjustments would be reasonable. That can be really hard. And in workplaces where there is low trust, that becomes even more of a problem.
I have been a carer for someone with disabilities for the past 15 years. I definitely have to say my manager at work, for example, has been instrumental with his support and always encourages me, in terms of looking for support outside networks, but also just telling me, if you need to take time off. He always mentions that I should always, take care of my well-being. So yeah, I definitely feel it's been really helpful to have that support at work.
I became aware that in me naming up my access needs, that's actually an act of leadership and modelling to other people with disability that it's safe and it's okay to do this, and it's okay to request your needs being met.
In the chemistry lab, my only problem was I was not able to see some of the details with my eyes and the glassware handling and all those stuff. I was very lucky to have very good friends around who always used to make out time for me and come with me to help in those experiments.
Sometimes I sort of feel it a little bit when maybe people are walking a bit faster than what I can walk, and sometimes it would be really good if someone would just sort of slow down the pace so that I can keep up with them.
Yeah, my own experiences with neurodiversity does probably shape, my passion for inclusive pedagogies, and realising that for me, really rigid structures I tend not to operate well in, so needing that flexibility and kind of then helps empathise with other students and say, well, let's create flexibility within our teaching.
And also just thinking about sort of some of the teaching aids that you use. Not everyone's going to be able to respond well to sort of a lot of PowerPoint slides. Maybe thinking about whether you've got live captioning going, and just generally letting people know that if there's something about how you're teaching that you could maybe do a little bit better, that they can come and talk to you about that.
We had a little bit of money in order to research physical environment, really, of staff and students in the faculty. Now, that project became the catalyst for what is the Neurodiversity Project. Our lived experience researchers who were doing all the interviews, they've also been doing a lot of work around capacity building. So going around to faculties and helping them better understand what it is to be neurodiverse, but what you can do. To be able to work in the field, I'm not saying you can't do the research if you don't have lived experience, but, if we, it comes back to that nothing about us without us sort of, saying. If you are going to research a particular group, then that group needs to be included in the research design process.
Most of my research is focused on designing for neurodiversity, and I've run a number of design studios with my colleague Andrew Martell.
We engaged 7 people with intellectual disabilities to join a design studio with 7 students, and we paired them up one by one. They would come in and sit for an hour with their design student every 2 weeks for a semester, and they could design whatever building they wanted to, and we got to the end of the semester. It's not a model that we would look to go away from now. We talk about the built environment and needing it to be responsive to people with disabilities, but if there are no architects with disabilities, there are no engineers with disabilities, there's no construction people with disabilities, then it's very hard for non-disabled people to really understand the issues. But to be an architect, an engineer, construction manager, you need a university degree. So we're part of the issue.
The infrastructure that we provide really sort of says, you're able to use this space. And it's not just for, people in wheelchairs or people who need to decompress after being hyperstimulated. It's spaces for everybody. It's, the ageing body, the ageing mind. It's someone who's 8.5 months pregnant. It's someone who's doing delivery trolleys and all of those things that just make it easier for everybody.
As a physiotherapist, I was working in a paediatric rehab service at the Royal Children's Hospital and across at Monash Children's Hospital, and we had lots of kids coming to us with physical disability saying that they were interested in learning to ride a bike but didn't know if that was possible, one, or if there were any supports or programs out there to help them learn. We developed and worked together with several people with lived experience of disability to create a project that would then co-design a program to support kids with disabilities across a broader range of disabilities to participate in cycling in the community.
It's not being done for us anymore.
Yes.
I think it's being done with us and led by us, and I think that's a big, big shift. I mean, we've still got ethics to sort out because quite often it's still seen that people with disability, for example, are too vulnerable to participate in research. However, let's just not go there because it's like we're more vulnerable if we're not having a say. So the research that I'm doing right now is around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people living with disability who are either studying or working at an Australian university. And when we got this research grant, it's a 5-year research grant. It's worth $2 million. So it's not a little bit of money. This is a massive investment in changing systems that have the responsibility but also the opportunity to make a huge difference for people who don't get all the advantages out there. So yeah, I'm a bit excited about what could be coming our way.
Right now at FBE, we are working on several key initiatives in the space of disability inclusion. We are now building a disability inclusion network.
Being on the Disabilities Inclusion Network in the faculty has been good, and I think that's really sort of important for people to feel able to sort of open up about that and not feel that they have to hide their lived experience. I think that's really important.
Also, we are creating a sensory space in our faculty to address sensory needs and promote well-being.
We're in a pilot with FBE, Business and Economics, to roll out the Sunflower initiatives in our faculties. The Sunflower initiative provides people with hidden disabilities with an opportunity to get help or support should they require it.
In my experience, inclusion is not just about giving help or providing accommodating tools. It's more about acceptance. It's about giving us equal responsibility. Keep the same trust you do for other people.
I just firmly believe in the power of cumulative effects, right? Things just do not happen in one day. Rome was not built in one day. But I just believe every step we take, no matter how small or significant, will just bring us closer to our ultimate goal, which is to create a safe and genuinely equitable, inclusive environment for everyone, starting working in our community.
Thank you so much. That's all right. Hopefully there'll be something in that that'll be...
I'm sure. Plenty.
Okay, upstairs and we'll do a big shake. You want? Yep, knew that was coming.
Join me in, I guess, honouring the people who contributed to that video. And just for anyone who's wondering, we set out to just earlier in the year, so this has been an initiative throughout the year that we've been working on, we just set out to ask, what does this day mean to all different people? So people, as you can see now from the video, people with lived experience of disability, also carers and family of people with disability, and also some of our amazing academic researchers who are also doing incredible work in this space. So no one in the video was not from those areas, and we've created this in complete co-design and collaboration with everyone involved. So I just want to thank all of our colleagues for being part of this. There'll be various iterations that will be also cropped for different faculties to share within their own faculty in terms of a trimmed down version from members of those faculties to share with throughout as well. And I know a lot will be hosted on different faculty websites and other things. But if you've got any questions, please reach out to myself or Durley or others. But yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm now going to hand over to Associate Professor Ben Cleveland, who's going to take you through this next session. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. That was such a wonderful video. I guess we've got the privilege of having a sneak preview, which seems appropriate on a day like this. Look, welcome everyone. My name's Ben Cleveland. As introduced, I'm an Associate Professor in the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning, and I've got to thank my colleagues Andrew and Kirsten for the invitation to share some of the work that we're doing currently, fed by some of the work we've done over the last few years, and also to have some of my colleagues from the Faculty of Medicine, MDHS, let's go for the acronym. Please welcome Professor Christine Imms, who's the Apex Professor of Neurodevelopment and Disability at the Children's Hospital and the Murdoch Children's Research Institute, and she has a whole lot of other associations that come with the work that she's been doing over the years. And also Dr. Nicole Merrick, who's a postdoctoral fellow in Christine's group over at the Children's Hospital called Healthy Trajectories. We were going to be joined by another of our colleagues, Dr. Ruth Aston, who until recently was in our Faculty of Education, but only last week moved to the University of Adelaide. She was going to fly back to Melbourne for this, but unfortunately Ruth wasn't able to join us today due to illness, so she's not here. The way we're going to run this session, I'm going to sort of give a sort of an introductory overview for probably 10 or 15 minutes of the work that we're doing. And then I'm going to join in conversation with Christine and Nicole to sort of expand on that, and also to invite you to ask questions and engage in a little bit of question and answer. So without further ado, I'll launch in. For the past few years, well, a little bit of background. Our Learn group, the Learning Environments Applied Research Network, we've been in existence since 2008. And we've spent the last sort of 15 years or so exploring all sorts of facets of school design and other places of learning, including hospital design, higher education, early years, but a lot of the work has been focused on school design. And I guess our interest over the years has grown to the point where we felt like disability and school design really needed to have a much deeper conversation. And so this talk really is about the trajectory of that work, and it's pretty much situated now in a very large ARC linkage project, which I'll introduce to you. Hopefully this will work. So the name of our project is Designing Learning Spaces for Diversity, Inclusion and Participation. So it's quite broad in its remit. Probably the word that probably should be in that, and we might talk about this a little bit later, is disability. And as this project has evolved, we sort of have realised that some of these issues are broader than perhaps we can cope with in one project, and that probably the definition of disability is probably something which needs a little bit tightening, and we'll discuss that as we go through. We also run our own symposium each year through our Learn group called Talking Spaces, and we were privileged to have the head of our School of Design, Professor Dan Hill, there earlier in the year. And he said something really, really interesting, which really struck a chord, and that was, the schools we build reveal what we stand for as a society. And we sort of feel like that's been the stepping off point that we hadn't quite put words to for this current work that we're doing, thinking about how schools can become more accommodating for a much broader community. And so this idea about what are our schools representing and who are they for, I think is probably at the crux of this project. As I said, our Learns group's been together since 2008, and the word co-design has come up a lot in this conference so far. And we've been working with schools in those sorts of ways for a long time, but we haven't really been asking detailed questions about how schools can be more accessible and accommodating to a broader audience. And so, you know, situations like this are very normal for us, but we need to bring in a lot more people with diverse experiences into those kinds of conversations. The current ARC project, which only commenced a couple of months ago, has a really great backing. As you can see there, 3 of the state education departments from Victoria, South Australia and Queensland are all very invested in the project. In fact, they're probably funding the majority that's not ARC funded. Also, Melbourne Archdiocese Catholic Schools, who, if you don't know, run about 400 schools in Melbourne. They're the largest Catholic diocese in the country, along with 2 really important organisations from the disability sector in Heads Together for Acquired Brain Injury and Association for Children with Disability, who have brought all sorts of really rich and insightful things to the table already, and are also giving us that outreach opportunity to communicate with people who are interested in schools and schooling for children with disability. And then underwriting and hopefully taking up the findings in a really direct way will be 3 of our architecture partners. So Brand Architects, Clark Hopkins Clark, who actually reside in one of the university buildings at Melbourne Connect across the street, Macquarie Partners and Architectus. And one of the interesting things about all of those groups is that they're B Corp certified, which means that they have that sort of social agenda, that social justice agenda as part of their business models. And so investing in a research project like this is something which is really important to them, not just because they should, but because they really believe that the impact of their work should have a ripple effect into the future. So we're very grateful for all of those groups, but also that they recognise that schools and disability have there's a high tension in the way these things are relating at the moment, and that things can be better. Our chief investigator group, as you'd anticipate for what needs to be an interdisciplinary project, is quite big and quite broad. We've got four people, I won't go through all of them, but 4 people from design or design faculties. I don't really include myself, actually, even though I'm in that design group, because my background is actually as a school teacher and then in doing work in environmental psychology, but I have been in our faculty of the built environment for 15 years. We've got Christine as a chief investigator from health, and we've got our wonderful 4 colleagues from the education faculty as well. So all contributing and sometimes clashing as well, which has been really important in the sort of the deep and rigorous conversations that we've had, just putting this project together, let alone executing it over the next 3 years. Since we got the funding, we've had the pleasure of bringing on Nicole, who was the first staff member appointed, which was an absolute no-brainer. And we've also appointed several other people, including another research fellow, some research assistants, our wonderful project manager, Liz Gay, and Sarah Backhouse, who's also here, who's our research manager. So we're putting the team together. We're currently looking for more PhD candidates. We've got Nadine, who'll do a Doctor of Education as part of the project. And at the moment, we've got applications in from a few PhD candidates, which hopefully they'll be accepted into the faculty here or at Bond University, who are also one of the research partners of the project. It's a big team, isn't it? The list goes on. So we've also, part of our partnership arrangement is we've got 3 people who are called partner investigators. And so their entities are partners of the project, but these people also have a more significant role to play in shaping the direction and providing additional feedback to the research findings. So Simon Le Nephew from Clark Hopkins Clark, Judy Connell, who was at the Melbourne Archdiocese, but now at a new organisation which has responsibility for Catholic schools across Victoria, and she's the head of diversity and inclusion for all Catholic schools in Victoria. So Judy is a really passionate person with a lot of power, and that's a really great position and a great person to have on your team. She's a really strong advocate, and we think that she'll be advocating for the findings of this project as they come out to be implemented rather quickly. We've seen that in some of the earlier work we've done already, and Lawrence Robinson. So I guess the idea is we're building a team, but we're also trying to build the layers of people who are interested in this project and who can contribute in various ways, either as participants, as advisory group members, as people who will be users of research findings into the future, to sort of join us in this journey, which we've only just begun. So a few sort of provocations, if you like, as to, what are we interested in? Obviously, there's that sort of big question of, what role does the learning spaces play in inclusion? Where are the opportunities that might be ripe for improvement? How can the physical environment be both designed and, really importantly, used? We've heard a little bit today about how it's not just about what's physically there, but how people think about it and how they take advantage or not of those environments. And who should be involved in those design processes? So we're thinking about all of these things as this project emerges from the application we put in a couple of years ago. I guess the importance of this project is sort of represented in some of these sort of basic statistics that, of Australian children with disability, 89% attend mainstream schools, which means the majority. And yes, we do have special schools, we have specialist schools, we have schools that are dedicated for students with autism or schools for the deaf and so on. But the vast majority of students attending with disability are attending mainstream schools already. And our objective is to push that envelope to see, well, to what extent can we provide more accommodation, more adjustments, and a more welcoming environment, both physically and culturally, to increase the participation of students in our mainstream school sector and reduce our reliance on specialist settings. We're not trying to eliminate them. That's really important. We might talk about this a bit later. We're just recognising that the opportunity should be there if people wish to take it up, and that's not always the case. And so, this means that every school, no matter what, needs to be more inclusive. And I think, as I said earlier, there has been this tension in terms of, who are mainstream schools for? What are the attitudes that they might encounter when they turn up to enrol and try to participate in what's offered at their local school? Over the last probably 10 years, I've been working on school projects myself with various architects across the country, and invariably we're directed to the principles of universal design. And I think in some people's minds, these principles mean that we've got this sorted. But I've seen, and I think my colleagues and certainly the people in this project agree, that the universal design principles has been really a great moral guide, but widely interpreted and often poorly interpreted. And so this project is about providing much more rigorous and evidence-based design guidance on how you would take those principles and actually enact them in ways that will work. So we don't have all the answers, and that's why we're doing this research. The question that we're trying to answer is a rather simple but complicated one. How can mainstream schools be designed to make it easier for students with disabilities to participate in school? So that's the main question that we're trying to address over the next few years. So a little bit of looking back and looking forward. How did we get to asking that question? How did we get to the point of putting this project together? As I said, we've been involved in school design research for a long time. Probably about 6 or 7 years ago, we were asked by the state of Victoria to put together some evidence about how they might reshape the school area standards for the state. And we were fortunate to win a tender to do that. We worked with the state of Victoria and the Education Department to put together a new set of standards for schools in terms of what areas are allocated to what types of facilities across all of the schools in Victoria. We didn't know at the time, but that then led to this new 100 schools development program, which is almost now complete. And so it has changed the way schools are being developed and what types of spaces that schools have. In that exercise, we realised that even though there has been some provision in the documentation that state governments, including Victoria, but also the others around the country, utilise when they're engaging architects to build or refurbish existing facilities, but really under-realised and underrepresented was issues around disability. We put forward a whole lot of ideas around that. Not many of them stuck initially. But in the intervening years, we've seen some really interesting developments, particularly here in Victoria, including the development of what they're now calling supported inclusion schools, of which possibly not known to many people here, but there are 12 schools in Victoria which are under this sort of nomenclature of supported inclusion schools, and 5 more will open next year. So, in a couple of months' time. And so we're starting to see ventures into how can mainstream schools become much more accommodating and welcoming with other forms of provision, with that sort of variety and choice that Jean was talking about earlier today, options for people that support their needs. And one of our ambitions for this project is trying to understand how well are those types of facilities working and where are the opportunities for further improvement. So things are happening, but we're trying to accelerate these ideas and the evidence base behind them. We also, this is 2019 now, we're sort of building back up to the project, if you like, just sort of, putting our thoughts together, putting ideas out into the public domain about, how, learning from what's already there can provide us so much more insight into what we should be doing into the future. Our really good friends, and I say good friends, the Melbourne Archdiocese Catholic Schools, we've been working with them continuously for 15 years on research projects of various types. But a few years ago, probably about 2019, after we wrote that conversation article conveniently, they said, look, we really think this is a big issue for us. We've got, particularly in the outer suburbs, we've got schools who are have a whole lot of students, on the autism spectrum and with other neurodivergent characteristics. And we're struggling to accommodate them. They're choosing to come to our schools because they're generally a little bit smaller, rather than the state school system. And we recognise that we need to respond to this in some way. And so they engaged us just before COVID. And so that we had a project which was put on hold, but it has then since developed, and we've done some really interesting work with them. But one of the things that sort of come out of it is conversations with people like Judy Connell, who I mentioned earlier, just sort of pointing out to us that 1 in 5 of their students would be classified through the National Consistent Collection of Data as having some form of disability or some sort of special learning need that means that extra funding. So again, 20% of students in that sector, which, talking to Christine, is very representative of a population level statistic. Obviously, we're also looking through the literature, and there's a lot of words on this slide, I know, but looking through the literature, there is evidence. There are pockets of research that have gone on around the planet, but it's very, very thin, and it often is particularly addressing one form of disability, with autism at the top of the list. And so looking broadly across disability and school design is something which the literature doesn't offer a whole lot of insight into. So just as a couple of samples, how can we support students who must be moving to engage in learning? That sort of movement and fidgeting is not something which is generally acceptable, culturally in a lot of schools, but these are the sorts of needs that need to be addressed. How can we cater for students, sorry, why is this going forward? I'm not sure. Go back. Who are easily overstimulated. And we've talked about this a little bit today. Where can students calm or self-regulate? Where are those places for retreat, those places of refuge in schools? And so these are places that already exist, but they don't exist in a broad spectrum of schools. This is the sort of a small portion of one of the buildings that we've helped bring a whole lot of people with lived experience around the building process and developed with the Melbourne Archdiocese at a small emerging primary school up in the northern suburbs. And so some of these ideas about variety and choice you can see represented here, where this school was saying, look, we've got all these students and we just need to have alternative settings for them to engage in learning, but also to just have time out. And so this particular sort of suite of spaces sort of represents this sort of tripartite attempt at addressing some of those issues with little retreat space within classrooms, sort of learning intervention spaces just beyond, and chill out or sensory spaces beyond that, all accessible from little clusters of classrooms that also provide a little bit of control in terms of noise and sensory input. So some of the things that we're starting to see and develop. We've also been fortunate, and Nicole will talk about this in a few minutes, to have funding again from the Melbourne Disability Institute, which has been fantastic, to engage more broadly with people from the disability community to get their insights and their perspectives on these school design issues for people with disability. And I won't steal your thunder, Nicole, I'll let you talk about that. But we have, through this sort of journey of small projects, now developing into a much bigger project and this is where the title of the project comes from, just sort of thinking about this progression from thinking about diversity as sort of an appreciation of the diverse nature of our communities, to inclusivity, that sort of aspiration for being more inclusive, and then talking particularly to Christine, who's done a lot of theoretical work about this concept of participation, which I'm sure she'll elaborate on. But really trying to think about what's the lived experience of schools for students and staff and visitors, and how can we improve that through the built environment. So really specifically, I'm sort of starting to close out here a little bit, what are we actually trying to do in this project? So there's a few objectives. So one is to bring knowledge from the sort of discipline arches of architecture, education and health, and trying to sort of bring those together in ways that haven't necessarily been done before. To inform architects, educators, policymakers about disabled students' spatial requirements. And this is for the front end of the project, is to work with students across several schools to actually understand what are their campus experiences. What are we dealing with on a day-to-day basis that we need to understand in order to respond appropriately, and to sort of generate an empathy in the eyes of the designers who ultimately will have to respond to these types of needs. To produce an evidence-based guidance on how to design and, really importantly, modify existing schools, because although around the country we are building a lot of new schools, obviously the building stock that already exists, that's probably should really be the focus, because updating that is going to be where perhaps more of the impact will be felt. And how to do that to make it easier, again, for students to participate. We're wanting to develop strategies and tools to support the ongoing process of co-design. So again, that word's come up a lot. And we recognise through our conversations with our architecture partners in particular that working with people with disability is not something they've necessarily got any experience of, and how to do that is a really important space in this field. A lot like the design studio, and Andrew and Kirsten, I'm sure they'd love to have been here, some of them, to hear that and to talk to you later on. But how would they engage with the disability community and people with lived experience in productive ways? And so working with that and providing evidence about how to do that with some productive outcomes will be really important as well. And ultimately is to create this inclusive design framework so that we've got more guidance, a little bit like Jean's paths, for schools, particularly for schools. How will we take knowledge that's out there already, perhaps in other sectors, but also the knowledge generated from this project, and deliver that to architects so that they can utilise the universal design principles and have the evidence base with which to make informed decisions about how to design and or modify schools into the future. This you're not really meant to read, but this is our very complicated multi-study project outline, which Sarah Backhouse put together for us, which is quite wonderful. There are multiple studies going in within the bigger projects at some points all at the same time, which is going to be an interesting adventure. The front end, as I said, will be about students' campus experiences. The back end is about that framework, and there's a whole lot of work in between about indoor environment quality, about evaluation, about co-design, and about all of this being informed by people with lived experience along the journey. I will say one more thing before I go. One of the things that Sarah again made sure that I would say is that next November, the project is hosting, along with the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning, the 2025 ABP Symposium, which will be titled Accessible design for learning spaces across early years all the way through higher education. We've just released a call for abstracts as part of the academic stream of that conference. There'll be public streams as well. So I might talk about that a little bit at the end, but part way along this journey, we're hoping to also bring in that bigger community to share those understandings with us as well. So now I'm going to hand over to Nicole to talk about where we're going to start this big project. We're not going to talk through all the rest, but we'll talk through the front end and some of the work that's led into it as well. Oh, I'm going to start today.
Definitely will need the slides. Yeah. Thanks, Ben. Afternoon, everyone. I sort of inherited this data, I suppose, when I came to work with Ben and was tasked with sort of engaging deeply with it. And it was data that came about from this pilot study where the participants came from 5 key stakeholder groups in inclusive education, and that was current students with disability in mainstream education, young people with disability who'd been through the mainstream system, families and parents and caregivers of young people with disability, educators, specifically in specialist settings, and disability representative organisations. And so there were 3 sequential online focus groups. I've already mentioned who those target groups were, but the topics that were discussed were around what does inclusive education mean to you, what makes it easier or harder to create inclusive learning environments, and what can we do to create more inclusive learning spaces. So this picture here really is key to the results that we had, and that was really around everyone really wanted us to know what genuine inclusion was, and that word genuine seemed to be really important. People spoke a lot about how genuine inclusion really is underpinned by an ethos of inclusivity. And so it was a lot more than just what was actually happening in the spaces, but more around that culture within the school environment itself and making people feel that they were part of that school community and that they belonged. Obviously, accessible spaces were also important, and Christine will talk more about participation soon, but obviously it's important to actually just be able to turn up in the space. But those spaces also needed to be responsive and adaptable to suit a diversity of needs. The other thing was around the teaching and the learning itself. So it needed to be responsive teaching and learning environments that could be adjusted to be effective for different learners, essentially. And really around spaces that that feel safe and make students feel that they belong, as opposed to there were a lot of spaces within schools where students with disability felt that they were not so safe, or that they didn't feel that they belonged because they couldn't access them, or simply because they couldn't participate equally alongside their peers without disability.
I'll just jump up again. So I guess one of the things we wanted to say there was that, you know, the ARC project, which we're now doing, has certainly been informed by people with lived experience of disability, and so that's been our sort of our stepping off point, our sort of pivot from some of the earlier work we were doing into the ARC project, and making sure that we're not sort of creating projects out of our own understanding, but really using the evidence of a group of people who are really well informed, they've lived these things, and stepping into that world. So we've sort of pre-prepared a few questions, so I'm going to target at Nicole and Christine, but also if along that journey, if you want to ask questions as well, I think that would be fine. So to get us started, maybe I'll target you, Christine, with the first question. For the purpose of the project, what do we mean by disability?
Thanks, Ben. I think for the purposes of this project, we think very broadly about disability. So we are not thinking about a particular condition that people might bring to a setting, to an educational setting. We're really thinking 2 aspects here. So one is that disability is a consequence of an interaction between a person with an impairment or some sort of health condition and what's provided for them in the environment, and whether that be social or physical, attitudinal or sensory. So it's really that interaction between the individual in that situation and what is provided that creates an experience of disability. I think if you think then back to some of the other definitions around disability, you mentioned the National Consistent Collection of Data. They talk about different types of disability, and they talk physical, sensory, social, emotional and cognitive disability. So really those labels or those words really identify areas in which students might need additional support to be able to access a learning opportunity, for example. So I guess we're really thinking this work is not condition specific, it's quite non-categorical. We're really interested in the quite diverse experiences that students bring. Disability operates on a very vast continuum from, things that actually in some situations are not, some experiences that are not disabling at all, right through to those that require a significant amount of support for someone to be able to really access and use a space.
Yeah, so that's really, I guess, the big challenge of, the mainstream school systems needing to accommodate everybody. And so we've intentionally chosen to keep our definition of disability as broad as it really is, and to try to tackle that. And that's the reality that needs to be addressed.
It is. And I think one of the other really interesting things is how do you talk about it and ask about it? And we know from work that's been done in other projects that I think you gave the statistic from MAC of 1 in 5 students. So if in a survey that was recently done by colleagues in the Learn group, asked 2 different types of questions. One was asking students, do you have a disability? 2% of students said yes to that. And then when we asked about, do you have need of support for physical, sensory, social, emotional or cognitive, 20% say yes. So how do you identify, and how do students identify what they need and who they are? It's actually quite important from a research perspective, and really part of that working collaboratively with people who have lived experience of disability in every aspect of the design of the research is crucial, because otherwise we won't ask the right questions.
Can I just add, also thinking about the definition of disability, I think that we don't want to be diagnosis specific, but also thinking, so we've sort of, thinking about the sampling and recruitment was kind of a part of how this conversation came about, I suppose. I think I'm maybe losing sound. And so we did sort of, Ben referred to the Nationally Consistent Collection of Data, the NCCD earlier, and certainly those categories can be really, those categories around physical, sensory, social, emotional, psychological can just be really helpful, I think, in considering the complexity of needs and how students with those different needs will interact with the environment, with the outcome potentially being, unequal or hindered participation alongside the students without disability. And so that's really why we've taken that approach as well.
And not to forget that students don't fall in one bucket. they have an experience that could have a range of those needs.
So, Christine, can you also, because you've got such a depth of knowledge and development on this concept, can you unpack the meaning of the word participation for us a little bit?
Thanks, Ben. I was hoping you would ask me that. So we've been doing quite a lot of work around this understanding of the word participation. I think you'd all probably recognise that it turns up in really important documents like the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of People with Disability and indeed in other conventions. It turns up in lots of documentation, and it's, people have a right to be fully included and participating in the same way as everybody else. But often those really important documents don't actually define what they mean by participation. They just make a big assumption that we all know what we're talking about. And so we've been doing some work over the last 2 decades around really understanding what does it actually mean. And the importance of that is that if we don't really agree on what we're talking about, then we're all measuring things in different ways. We're targeting change in different ways. So the work that we have done has helped us form a framework, which is called the Family of Participation-Related Constructs. And there are 2 really crucial elements of that. The first is the definition of participation, and that is the participating is attending and being involved in life situations. And life situations are just the day-to-day activities that make up a life. So we are all participating today in here, and we are participating in something every minute of every day, basically. And so the really 2 important pieces there are that there are 2 elements. There's the attendance, which is necessary but not sufficient for involvement. If you can't attend either in real life or virtually, you cannot be involved. And involvement is crucial for learning and development and wellbeing. So we have to solve the attendance problems, but we typically stop there. We typically stop at the point of legislating for being able to get in a building, legislating for having to go to school, but we don't actually address the issue of when you are there, to what extent are you involved? So that's really important, that we're interested in this project, not just in whether or not the schools are designed so that students can turn up to the school itself and also turn up to the spaces inside the school, but also when they're in those spaces, they can actually be involved in learning or the social activities or the sport or whatever is happening in those spaces. So that's the first really important piece, the two elements. The second really important piece is that participation always is contextualised. And so we always have to think about it as a family of related constructs. So you can't just look at the individual and say they're not participating because they don't know how to or can't do something, or they don't have self-efficacy for something, or they don't want to do it, they don't have an interest in it. It is always in interaction with what's provided in the context, in the environment. And so those related constructs of what's in the broader physical and social environment, what is in the close activity context, are really crucial to the participation experiences. So we always say that for a learning space or a building or a school or any part of our community, for someone to turn up there to be able to attend, it has to be available. And if it's available, it has to be accessible. And if it's accessible, it has to be affordable in terms of the time, effort and energy to be there, maybe the cost. And if it's that, or those three things are in place, people can turn up, they can attend. But it's the last two pieces of how is that context accommodating of the person's needs and how acceptable are those accommodations? That's what drives involvement. So when we're designing spaces, we have to think about all those 5 A's.
So as you can see, it's been absolutely wonderful having people with a health and disability research background involved in this big project. For those of you from the built environment, and look, I must admit, I'm sort of from the built environment. I am in one of those faculties, but again, my background's not as a designer; it's more in environmental psychology. And so we've been having these really rigorous conversations. I think the rigour with which we put this application together was almost at the level of having a few little arguments about what was important and what was not, and what was in and what was out. But certainly this concept of participation was very central to our thinking about how this whole project should be shaped. But now that we're actually doing the project, we've got our group from architecture, we've got our group from education, we've got our group from health, with a lot of disability background. And so those conversations are now sort of starting to be developed and to emerge. And Nicole, we've thrown you in the middle of it at the front end of the project. What's it like to work with an interdisciplinary team across those sorts of disciplines?
Well, I mean, it's a massive strength, I think, of the work generally, because it really kind of, it integrates obviously those three critical components of designing learning spaces for students with disability, and kind of bridges the gaps that would otherwise be there. I don't think that you could understand or deliver solutions as comprehensively with just one or two of those kind of perspectives involved. It's not without challenges. One of the key challenges that we're currently trying to address with the development of the ongoing construction of a glossary of terms is just that the language actually is really quite different across faculties, and just even a simple word like play can actually be quite controversial when you speak to educators. But, it's a massive strength, and certainly in terms of the way that we analyse the data in the focus group discussions that I was talking about earlier. It's having that depth of engagement of people with lots of different perspectives, lots of different lens. It really helped with the development of the final interpretation of the results, and I think we ended up with a really really broad and interesting perspective.
So that's true. We practiced on the SEED project funded by MDI, which was really good. So we had again something to talk about and to really get our thoughts around. Nicole, the other thing you've been doing is making sure that we're continuing this dialogue with people with disability. Can you tell us about how that ongoing engagement will occur across the project?
Yeah, absolutely. So initially, we've in fact, I've been spending quite a bit of time at the moment recruiting an advisory group for the project of young people with disability who have experience in mainstream education settings, and parents and caregivers of young people with disability who have whose children have either been through the mainstream system or have been dual schooled, so they've had experience in both specialist and mainstream settings. And that advisory group will really consult throughout the project. They'll meet quarterly throughout the project and will be involved in several key aspects of the research journey, such as the development of recruitment materials. We'll consult the advisory group around how we provide accessibility and accommodations for our student participants, for example. Most certainly we'll be involved in that deep interpretation of the results. So we'll do our initial analyses and then take that to the group for their feedback and perspectives, and certainly as well in the dissemination of results towards the end.
So that's a really important part of the project, and of course, many of the participants outside the advisory group will also, be giving their perceptions and perspectives from their own lived experience as well. We sort of should open up to questions in a minute, but Christine, who do we hope to influence with the findings of this project?
I think it's a really important question, isn't it? And I guess one of the things that really struck me again, Ben, as you were outlining who's involved in the project in terms of the team. And one of the hugely valuable things about having a team that taps into education departments, into architecture firms, into advocacy groups for students and young people with disability, actually they're all the people that we want to influence, right? As well as teachers, as well as, families making a decision about which school will they send their children to, which schools are really open to their children actually attending. So I think we have an opportunity to influence quite broadly. We want to be able to influence school design and change in refurbishment of schools. So really that's who's holding the purse strings there. So that's really crucial. But when the schools are available for students, we also want to help parents to make good decisions or to have the opportunity to make decisions about what is going to be a good experience for my child and as they go into a learning environment. So I think we have a real opportunity and a responsibility, I think, to try to influence across the board.
So if there are any questions, we'd be happy to try and respond. There's one up the back there, Kirsten.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your presentation and the panel discussion. Really insightful. I'm pleased that you started off with a definition of participation, and I'm aware that when we have a word that seems to be quite common, often that generates a lot of confusion because everybody thinks they know what it means. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the definition that you have for mainstream schooling and how you anticipate, given the length of this program, it might actually impact the ongoing conversation around what needs to change about mainstream schooling outside of just the design of the spaces.
Well, as probably numbers of people in the room are aware, that the recent Royal Commission, the 6 commissioners, 3 at the end of the process suggested that we should be closing all of our non-mainstream schools, so all the specialist schools, and that we should be over the next decade or so just adopting a mainstream school system only. But 3 commissioners felt that that was possibly a counterproductive exercise. And so this is a very controversial sort of moment, I guess, in conversations about what types of schools should be on offer to people. We're not trying to directly jump into that conversation through this project. But in terms of defining mainstream schools, they would be, I guess, the typical neighbourhood primary or secondary school, acknowledging that some other states have sort of middle schools as well, and parts of the United States, lots of them have middle schools. But, your neighbourhood school that, the majority of students would attend, that is not dedicated to a particular cohort of students would be my definition. Yeah.
And I think with the goal that that they are accessible and accommodating to many more students than they are at the moment.
Yes, a question. In recent years, new schools have been built like South Melbourne, Richmond, Paran, the high-rise schools. This is new architecture now. What has been included there, or does that have to be rebuilt, reconsidered to be able to include students with disability who need to make use of those environments?
Well, I'm familiar with all of those schools I visited. I wasn't involved in designing any of them, although I have been involved in designing some other vertical schools. Yes, I think the challenge has become greater as you add stories. I would say if you talk to the architects that there was some consideration, but perhaps not realised to the extent that even they would wish due to cost constraints. And I think one of the realities is that doing what we're talking about probably is going to cost more. But we're in conversations about doing cost benefit analysis throughout the end of this project to see, well, can we convince Treasury that upfront investment is likely to have cost benefit into the future where other costs might not be as high as they might be. For example, teachers moving on from the profession, teacher sick days, the impacts on families who perhaps more reliably can drop their kids off at the start of the school day and expect that they'll still be there at the end of the day, which is often not the case. So there's lots and lots of benefits to creating schools which will be more suitable for more people. But I think you're right that the vertical schools are a challenge even for a typical population. Not to say that they're not working. I think many of them are really quite good. Some of the work that's been going on at the University of Queensland about their Thriving in Vertical Schools project are worth looking up, and they've got some great videos with students articulating their experiences of some of those vertical schools as well. Nicole or Christine, do you want to comment on that?
I think I was going to make a comment around it being an individual school by school, evaluation really. One of the challenges I think that we've been grappling with in this project is the experiences that we know that students bring where what has been a accessibility solution for one particular cohort of students with particular needs, so we'll use wheeled mobility, for example, actually makes it inaccessible for the next student who has a different experience. And so I think this, shifts and trade-offs, and how do we actually create enough learning spaces where there's something for everyone in the mainstream system, and that there are spaces for quality learning experiences for the student population. It doesn't mean every space has to be accessible for every student, but it does mean that there has to be good quality availability of learning opportunities in the school for every student. So it really isn't a straightforward answer, I don't think. I think vertical schools are challenging, and I've certainly seen some examples where architectural decisions have been taken that feel almost deliberately exclusive. Simple, silly examples almost. A step that really is aesthetic stops the student getting to the window. So it's not there for any other reason but to create some sort of visual effect, but it's a problem. So I think thinking a little bit more deeply about what's really required in all of those aspects is really important.
Hi, my name's Catherine. I'm an occupational therapist and access consultant. We work with a whole range of architects around Australia in the design of schools, and we'd love to talk to you about this project. We feel we're one of the consultants on the design team that are really championing access for students with a disability, staff with a disability, visitors, etc., in the design of schools. And we see common problems that come up with many projects that we work on. And some of it's really around the availability of products or, large sliding doors that we see go into schools. They're extremely heavy, and to get a product that works, there's about one in Australia that we can get that works, that is light enough, that meets our current standards. So we'd be really grateful to be involved and, share with you some of our insights on these projects.
We'd love to talk to you too. The devil's in the detail on a lot of these things, like you point out with the sliding doors. So this is where that pivot from universal design principles to actually making informed decisions is so important. And that's what we're trying to do. We're really trying to drill into the detail so that it's not the design concept is actually realised in the experience of the people using those facilities. Yeah.
Wasn't designed in.
And it's not a complete solution either. I remember one of the participants in the study that I was talking about earlier was talking about, well, yes, there is a ramp for me to use in my wheelchair, but it's actually not covered. So if there's rain, I either have to just get wet or I have to wait until it stops raining before I can attend my classroom and end up, potentially late for class. And that's a missed learning opportunity as well.
Hi, my name's Sophia, and just a question in terms of your partners and what are the roles of those partners within the program? And I was just thinking, have they committed to actually incorporating or testing your ideas within their projects? And I could see that would actually add a lot of value to your research and also allow you to experiment and test ideas out and then refine them as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely the plan. So the 4 architecture partners, that they all do schools all the time, and there's pretty much no doubt that they'll have school projects over the next few years. So the idea is that we do some of this early data collection. We learn some really interesting lessons about sliding doors and uncovered walkways and all this sorts of thing. And then we bring our co-design participants or advisory groups to work with them on real projects. And all these things have to line up, but it seems almost assured that it will, that, some of our architects will be doing schools in Victoria, South Australia or Queensland. So we'll have the education department and the architect working on the project. We'll be bringing the research findings and we'll be bringing people with lived experience together to sit around the table and work through those actual projects. And so that will then help us develop those co-design process insights through that exercise, the process insights, and also the design outcome insights that we're looking for as well. Yes, they've signed up for doing it. Yeah, they know that's on the horizon. And in fact, certainly architects are really excited about it. They didn't join the project just to make themselves feel good about doing a good thing. They want to, they're desperate for insight. And I would say that, the architects in this project are probably, if not the most well-informed, some of the most well-informed in this field already. And I think it's, the more you know, the more you know you need to know. And that's the position that they're in. Yeah.
And I think one of the things I would also say about this project is that the intention is that we have a framework that actually supports other people to use it. And I think the universal design principles that you put up, Ben, is that classic example. We've got a set of principles, but actually what are the practices? And, what are the practices that actually apply those principles? And how do we make the judgment that that practice is contrary to that principle? So what do we do? And so I think it's actually working through this project to set up some of those structures that are really useful for implementation purposes.
Is associated with that. They might realise, okay, this isn't actually that expensive, or this is actually worth spending or reprioritising our budget towards. So,
or we don't waste our money on the wrong door to start with. And also, I think we really have to tackle that cost question head on, because at the moment we have students who are being excluded from their right to an education because the schools are not accommodating of their needs, and their parents are not told they can't bring their students to that school in so many words, but are made to feel unwelcome, not have their needs met in many situations. And that's not good enough for us in Australia. So we do have to really take it on the chin that it's going to cost more in some cases. And certainly to make the transition is going to cost more.
Yeah, sounds great.
I mean, it's interesting. Some of the feedback we've been getting from various sources also indicating that, people with students with disability are avoiding mainstream schools because of a belief that they're not the place for them. And so that's putting pressure on the existing specialist schools who are having to take on more students than they were ever built for. And that means that they're not as accommodating as they should be either. So we've got a situation where people are avoiding the mainstream school system when maybe it could be more accommodating, and putting pressure on a system for specialist schools which can't cope.
And Nicole, you might want to talk about homeschooling, which is definitely on the rise.
Yeah, and that's the default.
Yes, absolutely. And so I suppose that in that sense, I'm a lived experience researcher because I have my own experiences of raising neurodivergent children who have not done terribly well in mainstream system. And so there have been at least a couple of the kids who we've had to revert to homeschooling, because that's just been the only option really in the end for my kids, and certainly seems to be the case for a lot of the participants that we've also spoken to as well, is that they've had to be in and out of mainstream as was appropriate at different times in their child's educational journey.
Just following on from that, so I am also the parent of a neurodivergent kid who spent the whole of first term of year 11 colouring in on the floor of sick bay in a mainstream school because the teachers and the support staff just couldn't help him. So I guess my question is, looking at the kind of genuine inclusion model, fantastic that you're doing this work around accessible spaces, but what's the scope for you to influence those kind of culture and practice pieces? Because no matter how good your spaces are, if your teaching and support systems aren't in place, and we know in Victoria they're not, it's not going to deliver the outcomes you're seeking.
I totally agree. In a lot of ways, I guess, a project like this in a built environment, sort of an enabling system. But of course, you've got to have the social systems that will match it. And I've had the real privilege, and I've been telling my colleagues from this earlier work we've been doing with Max, Melbourne Archdiocese. I've spent several days in the last few weeks sitting and observing the use of a new building, which after having sitting and observed for a few days and interviewed a whole bunch of the people there, I think it's working really quite well. But the reason it's working so well is that their head of diversity and inclusion at the school is absolutely amazing, as well as the principal and the deputy principal, and they've created a culture where this is what happens and we're going to be supportive, and this child needs something from this child that needs something from this child, and that's across the whole student population. So they've got this overarching sort of philosophy or culture, which is enabling their building support system to be activated in a way that's really quite optimal, I would say. Like, I'm amazed how well it's working, but because of the people and their beliefs and their understanding. So it's really, really important.
And do you think there's scope for you to feed that kind of learning back to the education department? And do you think there's a willingness to listen?
Oh, there's a willingness to listen. One of the things we haven't pointed out is that our partners in the education departments are represented by both their infrastructure divisions and their disability inclusion divisions. So we've got executive directors of both in all three states involved in the project. So, yes, there is a design focus, but the understanding will and the feedback and the conversation going both ways between those groups. It's a big project. I mean, this, creating a school system which is universally accessible and supportive it's not going to happen quickly, but we need to at least provide, as Christine so well pointed out with the participation concept, let's get the access bit right, and then we can work further on the involvement bit, even though, of course, these things are going on concurrently all the time.
Yeah, and I think your word of an enabling system, I mean, that's what we're talking about, is creating those contexts within the school spaces that actually make it easier for teaching staff to actually set up and students to choose a space that actually works for them. So I think if you think about it in that way, then you're really trying to reduce the effort and energy that it takes from people to actually provide the opportunities for learning and support the opportunities for learning. So it's not to say students won't still need support, they will. And teachers will need to be as clever as they already are about how to do that really well. And those attitudinal systems that flow from the top, we hear that from parents all the time, that it's more about who's there than what's there. But actually it's the effort and energy and cost to the whole system to actually make that not very helpful physical system or sensory system work versus one that's really been designed with those ideas in mind, which means students have choice and teachers have choice.
So maybe there's room for one more question. Maybe not. Why don't we leave it there? It looks like no hands up. So thanks for listening. It's been great to sort of share what we're doing, and hopefully we do have a website. So if you were to look up the Learn website at the University of Melbourne, you can find your way to this project. Don't forget that we are running the symposium next year, so it's a big public event. We'd love to see people there. We'd also love to see people submit abstracts for the academic stream of that. So if you're interested in that, not just academics, but people, you know, from all different sectors, we're very open in that regard to hear from people with lived experience, especially. And it's time for afternoon tea, Kirsten.
It's time for afternoon tea. So we'll just we'll be, I think, about 15 minutes outside, and then we'll have our final session with Senator Jordan Steele-John. See you shortly. Welcome to our final afternoon session. I'm trying not to do fangirl stuff here, but I'd like to introduce Senator Jordan Steele-John. He's the Green Senator from Western Australia and a proud disabled person. He is a passionate human rights advocate who actively campaigns for disability rights, peace, an equitable healthcare system, and a fully funded NDIS. Jordan's goal is to challenge the boundaries of political norms, both in the Senate, which is always wonderful to watch online, and the community, and to create a more accessible and inclusive society for all. Please welcome Senator Jordan Steele-John.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. It's a wonderful thing to be here with everybody, both virtually and in the room. Thank you so much for giving me the honour of this keynote address today as part of a symposium whose very name fills me with energy and excitement. If there's anywhere in the world I would want to be at this present moment, it is at a symposium about the ableism present in our cities. I want to start by acknowledging that we are gathered, whether it is via Zoom or whether it is in person, on unceded First Nations land, a land which was stolen, a land over which sovereignty remains and is continued. And I want to acknowledge elders that may be present and those in the room who may be Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. I also want to ground this conversation or at least my contribution to our time together today, in a recognition that the work done by everybody who has, I am sure, given so much time and energy to bringing an event like this together has been profound. And it is so exciting to see collaboration, co-working occurring in these vital academic spaces, considering topics which have only been brought to the surface and into the public discussion because of relentless advocacy and work on behalf of so many. I particularly want to thank the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning at the Melbourne Disability Institute and the Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences. I'm a particular fan of the dental aspect of the Faculty of Medicine there as a champion of bringing dental care into Medicare. But thank you all so much for the work that you have done, as well as the organisers today, to make this possible. It is so energising to see so many come together and wish to collaborate, discuss and debate these topics on days like today. My only point of sadness, if you like, is that I couldn't have come along and experienced the entire symposium. Looking at some of the headings of the other sessions, speeches and conversations you've been able to engage with today makes me very envious that we couldn't have been able to get over and be part of the entire event today. Now, why am I kind of energized to chat with you today, and where do I think we are together in this moment? For context, I am a disabled person that lives with a physical disability and other disabilities and impairments, who's had the opportunity to represent Western Australia in the Senate for the last 7 years. I've also been a disability advocate and activist for many years before that. I'm also a bit of a nerd, which I probably haven't hidden very well from anybody who's watching along today. And one of my areas of kind of nerdy interest is architecture and the built environment, which I know it's everybody in this room, or a lot of people in this room, you get where I'm coming from. A lot of people more broadly, I'm sure, will share with me the experience of saying that and watching people's eyes glaze over. The reason I've always found the built environment so interesting is because it is a physical manifestation of our collective human desires, thought processes, expectations and assumptions. It's where our ability to project, to imagine, to think forward and decide that a thing that doesn't currently exist should exist. And not only should it exist, it should exist in a certain way. That's, to me, what the built environment is at its essence. And so it is the most wonderful site for an exploration of assumption, of power dynamics, of cultural context, of many different long and complicated words to say what are these groups of human beings doing, what are they creating, and why. And when we explore that topic, we give ourselves the room, the permission to get to the real heart of some of the biggest questions that can confront us as a society, as a community, and certainly in political spaces. The question of who are spaces for? Who are they not for? Who should be listened to as we answer those questions, and who shouldn't be? These are the questions, not only of architecture and the built environment, but of so many elements of human society. And then, of course, there is the reality as well that as a senator, as a member of parliament, I work day to day a lot of my time in Australian Parliament House, which is one of the nation's leading architectural buildings, designed to reflect, to embody, and to embrace the values and aspirations of the Australian community as it was envisaged by Jurgler and completed in 1988. That building still fills me with wonder and awe, it serves as a trigger point for far too many long rambles about the intricacies of that building, its design, what it was meant to do, and what it's doing now. I actually have acquired the 1,000-page document created that is the Design Integrity Guide for Australian Parliament House, that tells you everything from the dimensions of certain passageways to the reason why certain materials were picked for doorknobs and carpets. And it's something that my team strategically, I think, keep away from me, because I do have more important things to be doing than reading and exploring that kind of material. But that building, built as it was as the home of Australian democracy, has not aged well in many ways. It has not kept pace with the changing conceptions, contested and often quite seriously challenged and pushed to be expanded by community groups that were not reflected or thought about in the designs that were completed in 88 but started being, put into the world from 1977. And those communities have pushed, rightly so, for changes to that building and to that place, and often those changes have not been made, still have not been made, to the point where we sit in 2024 with a very in-depth review, having revealed that building to be now causing risk and risk of harm, and documented cases of actual harm to disabled people, particularly because those adaptations, those changes have not been made, or they've not been made quickly enough. And while that is outrageous in its own context and on its own terms, it is particularly worrying, I think, that a building where the very laws and policies and systems that should guide the development of our built infrastructure should in fact be made, is itself inaccessible, is itself inexclusionary, is itself causing harm to disabled people that may need to work within it, to neurodivergent people that may need to work within it and interact with it. It's really important that we address that. It's really important that we also push that conversation beyond the boundaries of our significant national institutions, building structures. It's important even that we push those conversations beyond universities and key pieces of state-run infrastructure across the country. Those places need to be made accessible and inclusive, but we can't simply stop at the threshold door of those often well-funded and resourced institutions. And that is the genius and the inspiration and the insight that is so clearly in this room today, and reflected in the various professions and academic specialties that you have worked within and represent. To be here today is to be in some way, shape or form bound together in a shared belief that the city, that kind of most transformational of human constructions, that site of cultural exchange, of commercial development, of societal innovation that has developed at such a tremendous pace, that place and space and the way that we create that place and space, and not only the place and the space itself, but the systems, the nervous system, whether they be government bureaucratic systems, whether they be policies and processes that come together to enable the city to exist, should be the site of interrogation, should be the site of investigation in order to reveal the decisions that were made, that brought them into being, that shaped them in the way that they are and may yet be. You understand that a city does not simply come into existence because of a set of natural laws. It reflects a series of decisions, and those decisions reflect power dynamics. And power dynamics need always to be explored, brought into light where they may have been developed in shadow, and very often challenged and critically engaged with. And this is not a kind of an idle academic fancy, a kind of something that we can put on the subset of an agenda. 56%, and I'm sure everybody in this room has felt like they have had to quote this figure in one way, shape or form, in one government meeting or faculty discussion, or even a debate with a bunch of friends over dinner, where you get once again a slightly perplexed or maybe even exasperated question as to why you would spend all of your time thinking about cities. 56% of our population currently lives in cities, 4.4 billion people, and most of the estimates given say that that is set to double by 2050, to the point where by the point that by 2050 7 out of 10 of us will live in a city, in an urban environment. So we kind of we have to, and this is what we understand together, you have to engage with it. You have to think about what are you building and why. Because if you don't, we'll just keep building it the way that it's been built, and it is not working for people, or in fact delivering the outcomes that people need. And more than that, it's not, or as well as that, I should say, it's just not a reflection of the best that we as human beings can contribute to this space. If the city is the physical manifestation of all that we hope to, all that we are and all that we hope to be, we can do better. We can strive for better structures and systems. Now, it's an interesting thing to have this conversation with the University of Melbourne, of course, because Melbourne is I think at the moment sitting fourth on the global ranking of livable cities globally, something which is, you know, something held rightly as a badge of pride, and as it should be. I think when we think about disability's role here, the intersection of disability in the broader, or the contribution that disability might make to an analysis of what is a good city. What does it mean to be truly livable? What does it mean to serve the community's need? What we can see when we look at Melbourne is a city which, you know, is fourth in the world. You know, we've just got to, we're coming for you, Zurich, Copenhagen, and Vienna. And yet, for the many, many, many disabled people that call the city of Melbourne home, the 20% of the population, in fact, call the city of Melbourne home, there is such a vast disparity between the experience of Melbourne that might be had by the 80% of folks that are not disabled people and what we as disabled people experience. And of course, the example that always occurs to me is the Melbourne transport system and the you know, incredible tram system that has been retained by the community. I think a lot of people that aren't originally from Melbourne or don't have a familiarity with the history of the city of Melbourne, they kind of feel like maybe the tram system sprung up overnight. But in fact, as a lot of people in the room know, and I've been so impressed to kind of learn as I've explored these topics over the last 10 years or so, the retention of Melbourne's tram system was an active decision by the community, often in direct opposition to the desires of the government of the day or powerful special interests. And because you did that together, you have saved yourself a huge amount of effort and energy in needing to do what so many other cities have had to do in re-establishing its tram transit networks. And yet, still incredibly inaccessible. Still incredibly inaccessible. I have lost count, and I'm sure many of us have collectively lost count of the number of times that either the Victorian state government or the Australian Commonwealth government or local governments have set themselves targets for accessibilities of tram systems or the upgrade of platforms or the broader transport network along those same lines, and then fail to meet them. And there hasn't really been an accountability for those failures, meaning that so many and so much of the system is still completely inaccessible or significantly inaccessible, creating occupational health and safety risks, creating barriers to employment, to the access of healthcare and education, and centrally creating a barrier to social inclusion and representing a type of structural exclusion from the community, a kind of a legalized and explicit exclusion, which has been the experience of other Australian groups of Australian communities in the past. We all know that there has been times where there were explicit exclusions of First Nations people from cities, from other immigrant groups of people, or restrictions on women and when they could go to places and what they could do there. For disabled Australians, those restrictions are still explicit, and that is a massive problem, massively unacceptable, but also creates an opportunity to ask ourselves a question as academics, as activists, as campaigners. What now is needed to make this change? Because we have had 20, 25, 30 years of policy shift, not as radical as it should be, not as comprehensive as it should be, but there is a Disability Discrimination Act. There's been that since 1992. There's been strategies and plans and collaborative opportunities to discuss the ways in which systems that currently exist can be rebuilt. There's been pledges from premiers and prime ministers, and yet the barriers remain and often continue to be built. If we move beyond transport to other areas of the built environment, we are still building inaccessible spaces now. As we sit here now, homes are being built around Victoria, around the nation, that are exclusionary, that do not work. So what do we need to change? And I think that in my time in politics, in my time collaborating and connecting with disability activists and advocates across the country, whether it be to defend our NDIS against governments that sought to cut it, whether it be working with people to expand healthcare to those that desperately need it, those that believe radically that the mouth are part of the body, or whether it be folks that are experiencing the grinding day by day battle for existence that is trying to find accessible and affordable housing in Australia that allows you to both have a roof over your head and maybe some chance of buying something from the supermarket. What I've learned is that we need to go beyond the thought process that one more code written, one more updated strategy, one more updated guideline will be the solution to this problem. Those things are really important. Guidelines, standardization, code, pathways to report discrimination if it's experienced are vital, and they should be continually improved, and they should be properly funded, and they should be properly consulted. And we need to add additional elements. And the additional element that I see as being so potentially, that I've experienced as being so transformative, is introducing the concept of disability justice to these spaces and the concept of disability leadership. Now, disability justice is, I think, a framework for change, a framework for how we can together go forward and give even more power and even more energy to the campaigns that so many of us have been waging so long to get these changes made to the built environment and to the systems that make that built environment function. They've been developed in many different spaces. In America particularly, they've been championed by the disabled arts and creative communities. They usually boil down to about 10 or 11 different principles. I won't go through all of them, but there are three that I think are particularly valuable to these kind of conversations. Firstly is the principle of intersectionality, the knowledge that we as disabled people are not disabled people only, that we experience ableism, most certainly, and we experience sexism and racism and classism and other forms of oppression. We exist at intersections, and the discrimination that we cop, it comes to us at these intersections. And as we seek to build a more accessible and inclusive world, it is in that sense of it is that principle of intersectionality that will ensure that the campaigns that we build, that the codes that we write, the guidelines we develop, the pushes for change that we engage with truly reflect the authentic needs of us as disabled people. And it gives us the opportunity to reflect on those pushes, those campaigns, and ensure that the voices and perspectives of those that have truly and deeply felt the lash and sting of those intersecting forms of discrimination are centered in those campaigns and those moments. Secondly, the importance of the leadership of those most impacted. I think it is absolutely vital that as we do this work together, we take every opportunity to ensure that our campaigns, our advocacy work is led by disabled people, is led by people that have that direct lived experience. It's very important to acknowledge that if you are somebody who has journeyed alongside a disabled person, as a family member, as a partner, as a friend, that is a type of lived experience that is really important and very much valued in these conversations. Allyship is vital. It is the disability community together with our families and friends and those that support and work with us. It is that community together that has the power and the strength to achieve these changes. That's absolutely true. And it is true that in terms of leadership within these spaces, it's very important that disabled people are supported to play those leading roles and to lead from a space of lived experience, with that lived experience recognized as the expertise that it is, alongside broader academic expertise. Both are valid in these conversations, and that very much must be recognized. Thirdly, that the disabled body and mind is inherently an anti-capitalist body and mind. Now, don't worry, I'm not taking us into a full leftward swing into a Marxist speech. I'm not going to try to have us together unite and lead a bit of a campus rebellion. Although if anyone is organising a campus rebellion around these issues, please do let me know. I more mean that as academics, as experts, as those with lived experience here today, I think most of us would agree that the vulturistic capitalism that we are currently living under as one of the dominant organizing theories of our society is not working. It's failing on people, it's failing the planet, it's actually failing on its own terms. And it needs to be replaced with something. Now, it's when we get into the something that there are then divergent views around, what is the something we're talking about? But it does need to shift into something else. We do need a replacement. And the rebellion against the capitalist structure that is inherent in the disabled body and mind gives us an opportunity to keep the need to replace that system in clear focus. Because when something is a dominant theory, it's really hard to realize that suddenly you're drifting off from trying to replace something to try to adapt it or to mold within it. Whereas I think that our bodies and minds, we refuse to be productive in the narrow sense of productivity, the conception of productivity that capitalism gives us. We refuse to be efficient cogs in the overall engine, and instead require a different engine to be built, a different conception of efficiency, a different conception of productivity, and a fundamental questioning of the idea that the best human being, the best body and mind, is that which can produce profit most efficiently at the largest scale. And I think that's something that we should embrace and celebrate as we build this movement of disability justice. And remember that it gives us just another reason why we can challenge these systems and begin to imagine something better. And the last principle that I'll share with you is the principle of collective liberation. And I really do believe that this is vital. And it's very relevant to these conversations of built place and space and systems, because imagining something new is challenging. And it can receive significant pushback. And when that pushback is received, when we're trying to work through those challenges, it can be tempting to go, well, I'm more familiar with, and I'll take myself as an example, I have cerebral palsy, and so, I have a 30-year period of knowing what it means in many spaces to be a physically disabled person facing barriers, physical barriers to those spaces. So there's an inbuilt thing in me, an ability to recognize those physical barriers for me as a manual wheelchair user too, that might miss the barriers that exist for somebody who is blind or vision impaired, deaf, somebody who has an intellectual cognitive disability, for example, and therefore to kind of prioritize physical access changes as opposed to other types of adaptation, and to see physical access changes as easier, as more reasonable, as more justified than other changes, and therefore put forward solutions that focus on those things. Meaning you end up with a city full of ramps, which are great for people that need ramps, and the kind of me's and the Dylan Alcotts and the rest of it, that's useful. But for neurodivergent folks, for people who dealing with an intellectual or cognitive disability, there's still a hell of a lot of barriers there, and now a big section of the community just thinks it's fine. So we need that collective liberation approach because it may well be that the thing right in front of me right now is the need for a ramp. But actually, through the course of my life, my access needs will change. I may well figure out, get diagnosed with a neurodivergent condition, or my partner may be somebody with a intellectual disability, or my child may be born with a cognitive impairment. I, because of the immediacy of my experience, may in that particular moment miss that actually my capacity, my ability, as it is in that moment, will adapt and change over time. So I'm putting forward an access need for me now that may well change, but then the city's built or the rebuilding program is finished. So it is actually an approach which saves the individual disabled person from their own personal view, which could be in that moment particularly narrow. But that's only really the second reason that we should do it. The first one, the primary one, is that as we do this work morally, no body or mind should be left behind. We are imagining, we are conceiving, we are creating cities that will be the homes of the vast majority of humanity on this planet. And as we do that work, we must build them in a way that includes everyone. And that's actually the way that we do it, because it's only when we propose solutions relevant to the largest groups of people possible that we will attain the power and the campaigning pressure to get these changes done. And this is where I will conclude. To make these changes a reality requires a coming together of academic expertise, of lived experience expertise, of those with deep knowledge of the processes and the procedures that are currently in place, and those who have no knowledge of those spaces, but who live the consequences of the flaws in the current system. And it is in that broad coalition of experience and expertise that will be found the campaigning pressure required to make these changes, because ultimately what I've learned in the last 7 years is that nearly all of the time the barrier to getting political action to support these types of changes, it's not that the politician or the bureaucrat doesn't know about the solutions, can't understand the examples of what exists elsewhere. It's that they don't want to change. They don't want to change because business as usual works for them, and if it works for them, it must be okay. And the way to change that is by applying political pressure, campaigning pressure. saying very clearly to those in position of power, these are our demands. We expect them to be met, and if you will not meet them, we will elect others that will. If you will not meet them, we will make a fuss. We will make a noise. We will call you out as often as we call you in, and we will cause good trouble. We will agitate until change is made, until something better is built, until the system is redesigned. That, my friends, is what will get us to the point where we tear down together the ableist city and rebuild in its place the inclusive and accessible city for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yep.
I've actually got one online, so while we get to that one, I'll read this one out, Jordan. It's from Jen Hargrave, and she says, Jordan, thank you for your presentation. Do you think that the building standards are fit for purpose? I personally don't find them so. Is there any hope of improving them?
Thank you so much, Jen. No, the current building standards are not fit for purpose, particularly here in Western Australia, where we haven't even signed up to the accessible building design standards that were meant to be coming into force this year. But no, they're not. That they are, I think, sadly, the product of a structurally flawed process. A reasonably non-transparent negotiation between government and industry as to what industry really decides is acceptable, and that's not delivering outcomes. It's really not. Like the fact that we can't even get WA to sign up to a design standard which would simply require them to build a residence, for example, that doesn't have a step as its entry, or that has a wide enough corridor to go down, or that at least one bathroom is on the ground floor with reinforcement enough to potentially fit handrails. Not fit them, but potentially fit them. That just says to me, we need to fundamentally rethink this. And the way I think it needs to be rethought is that there should be a national design standards process where the government says this is what is required to create an accessible and inclusive community. We will ensure, we will invest in programs of infrastructure work to bring current existing infrastructure up to standard. We understand that there will need to be a transitional period for some parts of industry, but we are going to do this now, and we are going to do it to the gold standard, and there will be consequences for non-compliance that are serious, and there will be political consequence for failure to act. And we've got to actually get this done, because if we think about this through the lens of a national aspiration to make all spaces, to remove all explicitly discriminatory policies against other communities, this kind of passive, but it's really hard to do these things, would not actually be accepted any longer a majority of the time in relation to these kind of basic areas of policy. So yeah, they're not acceptable. We have to shift it up. We have to replace a kind of behind closed doors approach where it's a negotiation between industry and government with a clear government sets a standard. You will comply with that standard. We don't actually care whether you're going to moan about it or make wild and unproven claims about the cost. There will be a transitional period that will be supported and planned, but this is the destination we're going to arrive at. at this time. And if you do not comply, there will be consequence. And if we fail to get there, there will be consequence.
Yeah, Jordan, as an eco-socialist and climate justice activist, I fully applaud your critique of capitalism. There's not enough of a critique of capitalism as universities have become increasingly corporatized. Many academics are afraid to critique capitalism. But aside of that point, let me ask you a more specific question. As I'm sure you know, in cities such as Melbourne, you have increasing number of high-rise apartment buildings, 50 stories or higher. What do you think about the sustainability of such buildings, and what would happen in a blackout of electrical power, and how would that particularly impact on disabled people?
It's a very good question. I think your observation is sadly broadly correct, that there's been far less critique of capitalism from Australian universities. I think it's important to be clear that the kind of fault for that overwhelmingly lies with the government policy in relation to funding of universities, which has made universities in many ways much more reliant on different aspects of capitalism, whether it be the need for international students to make up for the massive funding gaps, or the underfunding of universities from government, from the Commonwealth, or indeed the imposition of some of the worst workplace casualisation dynamics that we see in so many other areas of the economy, to the point where many universities in WA, at least, their academic workforces are highly casualised, meaning that there's a high rate of churn, meaning work is fundamentally insecure, and insecure workers are massively disincentivised from, for want of a better word, biting the hand that feeds them. So yeah, that is the dynamic. We've got to get back to funding universities properly, and ensuring proper academic freedom and independence from government pressure. In terms of the high-rise issue, it really worries me. It really worries me. And I think we've got to distinguish between in terms of what is the infrastructure solution to urban sprawl, for example. Like I live in WA, I live on the Swan Coastal Plain, in the South Metropolitan region, which has year on year experienced extraordinary levels of low density growth. And the suburb that I live in is a product of that low density growth, to the point where if we continue at the rate that we are, we will have nearly one kind of continuous suburb from Yanchep in the north through to Bunbury in the south, which is horrendous to think about in terms of its environmental impact, its social impact, and the livability of that space. So we do need to come back to a space of kind of ensuring that we have a consolidation of our population growth along key transport corridors that seek to minimise the further spread of that kind of urban footprint. That does mean going up. It's basically the short way of saying that. And there is an element of a need to get over a fear of heights in some ways around the way that we build infrastructure. But that is very different than your kind of 50 stories tower block. Really we need to look at the kind of 3 to 5 area, I think, where the bottom floor is retail and the top roof is shared kind of outdoor space. Regardless of how we do that, though, and it's got to be done with good community consultation, so that kind of shift is welcomed, not because of any kind of not from a political perspective of being afraid of copying community backlash, but from a thing of like the people that move in there deserve to move into a community that can welcome and support them, and like they can succeed together, which they won't be able to if the creation of that piece of infrastructure in that community is not welcomed. You're basically setting the new folks up to completely fail, or to experience more of a negative reaction than they should. Even if we did all of that, though, we need to tackle the fact that in the case of a fire, in the case of a blackout, like the best that is so often the plan for a disabled person is to go into the stairwell and wait in the recess until something, the fire crew arrives. And that's not really good enough. I don't really want to live stream my own real-time burning and smoking unless I really have to. So we need to get our thinking caps on around what is the engineering solutions to those issues. How can we solve them? And not only in high rise, but also in the broader piece of how do we support disabled people in emergencies, which is a whole other conversation.
Thank you, Senator, for a very captivating talk. I think the things that you mentioned are definitely worthy of consideration, and it sounds like you've been on a very long journey, and it sounds like it will continue. My question is, given the fact that there's quite a lot of investment to get the built infrastructures in place, which would generate a lot of probably the "it's so hard" argument that you've heard, what are your comments or recommendations on not just the need for change, because that's very clear, but how do we actually engineer change that allows for continued change? And what I mean by that is we continue to learn, we continue to classify, we continue to recognize the variability of the human experience, but we're probably not done learning. So whatever we do today is still probably going to need to change tomorrow. What would be some of your recommendations for how we build and continue to consider those changes?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So, I mean, first of all, I think there's a simple answer to some of this, which is that a lot of infrastructure that currently exists, public space in place, residential dwellings, etc., the best solution for them is either rebuild or retrofit. Now, rebuild and retrofit isn't actually difficult, nor is it particularly complex. That's not the barrier. The barrier isn't if we knock down this house right now, how would we build it? Or if we were required to rebuild this dwelling or this public space in an accessible way, how would we go about doing it? People know because of the excellent work of so many here today. The barrier is cost, and the barrier is it is very costly to retrofit or to rebuild. And this is where I think the government can and should step in for two reasons. One is that it needs to be done, regardless of the fact that it is expensive. Our public transport system in this country should be fully accessible and inclusive for everyone, full stop. And if the barrier to that is money, well, then let us reorganize and reallocate our resources to enable us to do it, because I refuse to believe in 2024 Australia can sign up to take delivery of multiple nuclear submarines, which we've never operated before, and collaborate with two other nations to build a class of nuclear submarine never before conceived, but can't quite get its head around how to make a station platform accessible. That doesn't make sense to me. So we need to do that. The continual learning piece is an excellent question. And I think that one of the ways that we can do that is by ensuring that when we rebuild or retrofit, we look at modular design options or interchangeable and exchangeable design options. Basically, what I'm trying to say to you is that there's a bit of a fatal flaw in some elements of architectural and design and planning thinking in my experience, and that is that whoever builds it consciously or subconsciously wants to build it for in perpetuity, like in a way that it will exist for a very long time as a testament to their work, because their predecessors very explicitly come from an academic and a professional culture where the success of a thing is that it still exists 200 years later. And I mean that in terms of not build quality, but, you know, it was so ahead of its time, it was so innovative, it was so transformational that it still exists to this very day, you know. Whereas, in my view, what we could celebrate and center more is designs and proposals which meet community need. And evolution is a continual, the flexibility rather than evolution, I think is the right word. Flexibility and adaptation is a continual community need. So we need to be prioritizing, celebrating, funding work and designs, I think, that have that flexibility, the changeability, are as easy as possible to kind of to change and to shape and reshape, and if needed, scrape back to the very base element and reconfigure. And designs that enable that to happen, those are the ones I think we need to recognize and celebrate more.
Jordan, we've got time for one last question.
Thank you.
Hi, amazing talk. Really loved your points about intersectionality and disability leadership. And as a disabled person, I'm really curious because policy seems like such a hard space to work in, you know, trying to turn that lens from problematizing ourselves to problematizing society, you know, and how and the barriers it gives us. Yeah, and just wondering like about moving into that policy space, whether you have advice for people looking at that as future career options.
Absolutely. I think I would have two pieces of advice. One is that when you are training and building your knowledge and skill set, look to those people who have a lived experience or a life experience more broadly that has informed a baseline view that the way a thing is built or a system is put together is not naturally how it should be. It can be transformed. It exists as a result of a series of decisions by people in positions of power, as we talked about earlier, and it can be rebuilt and reformed. Because those are the people whose will give you a solid grounding in how to begin that work. Secondly, I think that ask yourself a good old question a good couple of times about what do we mean by when we say I want to be involved in policy. What do we mean by that, and what do we mean by policy? Because I actually often find that there are many different views of what it means to make policy. Some people believe it is designing the principles and foundational based like approaches upon which you then craft systems. Some people are focused on the system itself. Some people are focused on the implementation of that system practically on the ground, the interaction with people. Some people believe it means legislation and those things. And there's a big old academic field, and people study it, of course, and do like entire careers in policy creation. But even folks that do that have different answers to that question. And I think it's because people are trying to answer it from the wrong end of the question. I think we should first identify precisely what it is that we wish to change. What is that passion or what is that thing that lights us up inside that we want to give our time and our devotion to seeing shifted. Then to find a group of people that share that passion, because at the end of the day, if you're going to make it a reality, it's going to be a collective project together. And then to identify together, well, what is the actual lever that needs to be pulled or pushed, the button that needs to be pushed to get this thing to change. It may be that somebody needs to put together a brand new policy that nobody has ever considered and, you know, needs to be drafted into legislation. But in my experience, that's rarely the case. The plans, the strategies, the policy, like the actual written legislation or examples of those pieces of legislation either exist or can be put together by people whose expert job it is to put those documents together, regardless of whether they believe in it or care about it. That's their job. They exist, and the existence of the thing isn't the barrier. The barrier is the absence of political will, the number of donations being given by one industry or another industry to hold up the system in the way that it currently functions. And it's that we've got to get really clear on, pushing the button, pulling the lever. How do we want to do it? What would need to change for it to happen? And then begins the work of doing it. And so if we start that way, I think we have a really clear idea of what it means to do policy, and we might actually land on a conception of it that's totally different than what we would have expected, because the doing policy part actually doesn't look like writing a document because the document's there. It looks like working with community to build pressure for the thing that already exists to be actioned, or the person that's in the way of the change to be removed and then replaced. I hope that's been helpful for everyone. I loved being with you all together today. It's so strange not getting any audio feedback from the audience, because you're not quite sure whether everyone's just gone, that's the most ridiculous answer I've ever heard. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But I'll assume that at least some of it's been useful. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I know at least one person's clapping, so that's great. I can see you on the screen clapping. That's good. All right. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. This is it for the day. Thank you so much for those who have attended both here and also online. I'd also like to thank the part of my organising committee, and particularly Jasmine, who's zooming around the room. We wouldn't have been able to put this together without you. Thank you so much. I should have written a list of everybody to thank. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Jean, for coming all this way. Thank you, Madeline, for your presentations. We've had such an amazing group of presentations today, and I think it's one of those things that as we start to sort of unpack all the different ideas for this session, that I'll meet everyone on the barricades tomorrow. So, and I always love it when we talk about Marxism at the University of Melbourne. I find it quite pleasing. So yes, thank you so much for everyone, and we will see you again next year. Probably not in this week, because we really would love to see Catherine with us for next year. So just keep an eye on the dates when we start to advertise this again. But thank you all for being here.